ଆସୁଛୁ ଟିକେ ଲାଇଭ୍ ଅପସନ୍ଟା ହ୍ୟାଲୋ।
Very good morning to one and all present here in this beautiful auditorium. We are shortly going to start today's program, and before that, I would humbly request the one and all present here in the auditorium to put your mobile phone in the silent mode so that during the program you don't get disturbed because of some of the messages or the calls. Or if you feel important, you can take it up by going out of the auditorium. Please be with us. We'll be shortly starting the program. Thank you once again. आइए हम अपने आज के इस कार्यक्रम को अब शुरू करते हैं। थोड़े ही समय में आज के इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि, द चीफ गेस्ट ऑफ द प्रोग्राम, will join us with other guests and will be starting the program. The program will commence. The vision of the program is very clear, loud, and big. We are here to find the unexplored. We are here to find the unspoken truths We are here to find the unfold possibilities. And of course, together we can do this. We all might be doing this at our respective places, respective establishments, but it's a fact that together we can find better. Together we can achieve more. Please give a big round of applause for the chief guest of the program, the first person of National Aluminium Company Limited, the very respected our CMD Sri Brijendra Pratap Singh, along with him, the directors and the guests of the program. Thank you so very much. We do start our day with a vision, with a to-do list, with a job to be attempted on that particular day. So here, we have to find out a sustainable solution to the global challenge of red mud and inevitable part of aluminum industry. NALCO is organizing this exclusive one-day workshop on red mud, focusing applications and utilization. We all the stakeholders of this issue are here today to chat out a comprehensive solution of this. So, to be more precisely, we are here to find out best out of West. We are here for the future. We are here for the mankind. And you would happy to know that in this program, we have some other delegates across the world. We have with us present in this auditorium representatives of Hindalco, Vedanta, Niti Aayog, GNAR, DDC, CSIRI, MMT, and Rusal from Russia, the one who produce more than 90% of companies' aluminum with energy from renewable sources. We have joined with us Testmet, the company which is leading research organization. At this note, now I request EDPNT and GM R&D to kindly escort the chief guest of the day and other guests to the dais and proceed with the program. I request EDPNT, Sri Anil Pandasar and Dr. Satyaprakash Mahapatra, GM R&D, to kindly escort our guests. आपकी तालियां इस कार्यक्रम का सांस है, इस कार्यक्रम की आत्मा है, इस कार्यक्रम की धड़कन है। तो आप अपनी तालियों के साथ इस कार्यक्रम में बने रहें और मैं फिर से अनुरोध करूंगा सभी दर्शकों से कि आप अपनी तालियों के साथ हमारे अतिथियों का मंच पर स्वागत करें। तालियां कमजोर न पड़े, आपको इसका ध्यान रखना है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आज यह दिन आपके आने वाले समय में आपको हौसला देगा, आपको नई राह दिखाएगा, आपको प्रोत्साहित करेगा और आपको बहुत कुछ नया सिखाएगा जो आपके जिंदगी के लिए, आपके जीवन के लिए एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। मैं अब अनुरोध करता हूं हमारे डायरेक्टर प्रोजेक्ट एंड टेक्निकल श्री जगदीश अरोड़ा सर से कि वे कृपया हमारे अतिथियों का मंच पर स्वागत सम्मान करें। मैं अनुरोध करता हूं सर से कि वे हमारे CMD नालको, द वेरी फर्स्ट पर्सन ऑफ नेशनल एल्यूमिनियम कंपनी लिमिटेड का हम सभी प्रतिभागियों की तरफ से और इस कार्यक्रम में जुड़े हुए हर व्यक्ति की तरफ से स्वागत करें। आप अपनी तालियों के साथ इस स्वागत सम्मान में शामिल हों, बी अ पार्ट ऑफ दिस। नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट डिप्टी सर टू वेलकम डायरेक्टर प्रोडक्शन श्री पंकज कुमार शर्मा सर। Next, I would request Deputy Sir to welcome Sri Anupam Agnihotri, Director, GNAR, DDC. तालियां फिर से धीरे धीरे कमजोर पड़ रही हैं। आप अपनी तालियों का साथ हमारे साथ रखें। मैं अब अनुरोध करता हूं डिप्टी सर से कि वे डायरेक्टर CSIR IMMT डॉक्टर रामानुज नारायण जी का स्वागत और सम्मान करें। अब समय है आज की इस कार्यक्रम की रूपरेखा। जी सर, मैं वही कह रहा था, इस कार्यक्रम की पूरी रूपरेखा तय करने वाले डायरेक्टर प्रोजेक्ट एंड टेक्निकल सर का हम स्वागत और सम्मान करें। मैं EDPNT श्री अनिल कुमार पंडा सर से अनुरोध करता हूं। ये बहुत बड़े सम्मान की बात है हमारे लिए कि DP सर और डिप्टी EDPNT दोनों ही मंच पर हैं। यह हम सभी का स्नेह है, प्रेम है, जो आप अभी मंच पर देख रहे हैं। अब हम कार्यक्रम में आगे बढ़ते हैं और समय है इस कार्यक्रम को आलोकित करने का, इस कार्यक्रम को रोशन करने का, दीप प्रज्वलन का। मैं अनुरोध करता हूं हमारे सभी डायरेक्टर्स ऑफ द डायस और CVO सर से कि वे हमारे सभी अतिथियों के साथ दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए शामिल हों। आपसे सादर अनुरोध है डायरेक्टर HR, डायरेक्टर फाइनेंस और CVO सर से कि वे कृपया मंच पर आएं और
कल्याणम आरोग्यम धनसंपदः शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परं ब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनम दीपज्योतिर्परं दीपज्योतिर्जनम कल्यादीपनमोस्तुते दीपं ब्रह्मरूपस्तं दीक्षां प्रभुराव्ययम् दीपं ब्रह्मरूपस्तं दीक्षां प्रभुराव्ययम् आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रां शरणं स्वच्छामि मे सदा हरेरस्तं समारभ्य अवन् सूर्योदयम् हरेरस्तं समारभ्य।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। आप इस दिन को, इस समय को हमेशा याद रखिएगा। यह जो दीप प्रज्वलन हुआ है, यह कार्यक्रम की औपचारिकता मात्र नहीं है। यह दीप हमारे भविष्य को आलोकित करेगा। यह दीप आने वाले समय को रोशन करेगा। उस कहते हैं ना संस्कृत में कि अपरिमितम भव्यम, यानी कि भविष्य में अपरिमित संभावनाएं हैं। द फ्यूचर होल्ड्स लिमिटलेस पॉसिबिलिटीज। यह दीप उन सारी पॉसिबिलिटीज को अनफोल्ड करेगा। यह दीप आने वाले हर समय के अनटच्ड माइलस्टोन्स को अचीव करेगा और यह सब संभव होगा नालको के शीर्ष प्रबंधन के साथ। नालको के शीर्ष प्रबंधन का उद्देश्य बहुत बड़ा है, बहुत महान है, बहुत अनोखा है। मैं 4 पंक्तियों में यदि नालको के टॉप लीडरशिप के उद्देश्य को आपसे बताऊं तो मुझे कहना पड़ेगा कि बात अलग है कि बात अब तक पूरी बनी नहीं। ध्यान से सुनिएगा, आपसे कह रहा हूं, बात अलग है कि बात अब तक पूरी बनी नहीं, पर जमाना बदल रहा है। गुलाब पत्थर पर खिल रहे हैं और चिराग आंधी में जल रहा है। यही जुनून, यही जिद, यही एक ख्वाब मेरा है। यही जुनून, यही जिद, यही एक ख्वाब मेरा है। वहां चिराग जला दूं जहां अंधेरा है। यह दीपक हर उस अंधेरे को रोशन करेगा। इस दीपक के साथ हम अब तक के अनटर्न्स को टर्न करेंगे। इस दीपक के साथ हम अब तक के अनडिस्कस्ड को आज डिस्कस करेंगे। इसके साथ अब समय है कि हम अपना रेफरेंस, अपना सम्मान व्यक्त करें। किसके प्रति? उसके प्रति जिसका नाम है नेशनल एल्यूमिनियम कंपनी लिमिटेड। एक ऐसी कंपनी जो कोणार्क ऑफ ओडिशा है। एक ऐसी कंपनी जो इंडियन एजेंस है लेकिन ग्लोबल प्रेजेंस है। एक ऐसी कंपनी जो सेकंड हाईएस्ट फॉरेन एक्सचेंज अर्निंग सीपीएसी है। एक ऐसी कंपनी जो ग्लोबली लोवेस्ट कॉस्ट प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ बॉक्साइट है और लोवेस्ट कॉस्ट प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ एल्यूमिना है। आइए हम सभी अपने स्थान पर सम्मान के साथ उस कंपनी के सम्मान के लिए खड़े हो जाएं। नालको एंथम के लिए खड़े हो जाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नालको केवल एक कंपनी नहीं है। नालको एल्यूमिनियम का भविष्य है। नालको हमारा सम्मान है। नालको हमारी पहचान है। आइए अब कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हैं और आपकी तालियों के साथ मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं डायरेक्टर प्रोजेक्ट एंड टेक्निकल श्री जगदीश अरोड़ा सर को वेलकम एड्रेस के लिए। श्री जगदीश अरोड़ा सर।
Good morning, Namaskar, Jai Jagannath. It is my privilege to extend a warm welcome to our Honorable CMD Saab, Shri BP Singh Saab, and Director Production, Shri Pankaj Kumar Sharma Saab, fellow directors, colleagues, distinguished guests, esteemed Deputy Member of Niti Aayog, industry leader from Hindalco, Vedanta, cement manufacturer, refractories, and research organizations led by Director JNA RDC, Mr. Nota, Director of IMD, another international expert from Greece and Russia, academic institutions like IIT, KIIT, startups in the arena of red mud utilization, and other dignitaries. A very warm welcome to the workshop on red mud utilization, the visionary direction of our respected CMD Saab, who envisioned this program, and we could conduct it within a month of his directive. It is a unique event being conducted for the first time, an exclusive workshop focused on utilization aspect of red mud, where all the key players and related and present under one roof. It could be a defining moment for driving our some sustainable solution to this global challenge. As we know, red mud, the waste generated in the base process of alumina production from bauxite, remains the most pressing issue in the aluminum industry due to its high volume, strong alkalinity, and complex composition. This is posing a significant environmental and economical challenge. And this particular workshop, this dream of particular workshop, or the focus on this particular issue, tells the shift in perspective aligns perfectly with our commitment to sustainable development of the organization as envisioned by our CMD and our ministry. Around 1.2 to 1.8 tons of red mud is generated while producing alumina, and its disposal presents serious environmental concerns, including vast storage area, and there are problems of groundwater contamination and risk of dam failure. Prior to coming to this industry, when first time I visited red mud pond, I was just stuck with the issues that what kind of environmental load is there in the form of red mud. Huge land area is required. More than what is required for producing bauxite and alumina and smelter together, more than that area is required for red mud storage, which cannot be utilized. Hardly 2 to 3% is utilized in globally. So around 200 million tons per year it is being generated. So it is one of the major problems in aluminum industry. However, with technological advancement and collaboration, research, we are still transforming this opportunity. This workshop provides a vital platform to deliberation on sustainable utilization. This similar kind of problem was there with steel industry also. Prior to utilization of the slag which was produced from blast furnaces. Now it is being 100% utilized. So that kind of scenario, prior to that, if you go to any steel plant, more than steel plant, the size of slag dump was more than that. If you want to see slag dump, you go to any steel plants, many areas you will not recognize. You will recognize as a beautiful hill, but it is not hill. It is a waste dump. So a lot of opportunities are there. So we'll hear from the renowned experts and organizations, including leading industrial players, research institutions, and stakeholders who are presently researching in the field of bauxite residue, and they face similar problem. They'll share the insight of innovative approach and best practices. However, the true value of the workshop lies in the active engagement of each one of you. I encourage you all to participate actively and present your respective perspective. EDMNR is also present here, and he was telling that this is a very much required. Being busy with production, this is left for the future. So let us collaborate, debate openly, and start the journey to work towards sustainable strategies for red mud utilization that will lead to practical and scalable solution. A poster presentation, CMD Sahab, a poster presentation is also in progress in workshop outside this particular hall where students have put up some posters. So thank you once again, and I welcome you all to this event and wish you all a successful and enriching workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, sir. Of course, the challenge is big, and the challenge will surely convert into opportunity when we collaborate, because as we were discussing, that together we achieve better, together we achieve more. Now, I request respected Director Production, Sri Pankaj Kumar Sharma sir, to address the August gathering. Please welcome with a round of applause, Sri Pankaj Sharma sir.
Respected CMD sir, respected BPNT, present today our DF Sahab and DHR, Director from JNRDC and IAMT. Distinguished guest, representative from Vedanta, representative from Hindalco and other industries. Good morning to all of you. I extend hearty welcome to you all on the workshop on utilization of red mud pond. As you know, red mud is a general nomenclature used for the solid waste generated out of the Bear's process for bauxite refining to produce alumina hydrate. For every ton of alumina hydrate produced, approximately 1.5 tons of red mud is generated. Red mud typically consists of Fe2O3 around 40 to 55%, Al2O3 around 10 to 20%, SiO2 around 8 to 30%, and Na2O around 2 to 8%, TiO2 around 4 to 6%. However, it changes depending upon bauxite quality. It is classified as high volume, low effect waste under the hazardous and other waste rules 2016. Global alumina refineries generate about 175 million tons of red mud per annum, with key producers like China, Australia, Brazil, and India. India, around 9 million tons per annum we are producing. At NALCO, we are producing around 3.2 million tons per annum. Red mud is highly alkaline, containing large amounts of sodium hydroxide, iron oxide, and other minerals. When left unchecked or not properly stored, it can cause significant environmental impact, including contamination of nearby water resources, soil degradation, and negative impacts on biodiversity. As per statistics, out of 175 million ton red mud produced annually, only 4.8 to 6.8 million ton, around 3 to 4% is utilized, and much of it remains unused, contributing to the growing problem of waste management in aluminum industries. All over the world, red mud is a concern for the aluminum industry due to its huge quantity of generation and environmental challenges involved in its disposal and storage. At the same time, red mud is also a huge potential opportunity due to the mineral values logged in it like iron, aluminum, titanium, and also rare earth elements like cerium, scandium, lanthanum, and deuterium. Researchers and engineers have started exploring various ways to convert this waste into valuable materials, creating opportunities for its sustainable use. Some key areas where red mud can be utilized are cement and concrete production, agriculture and soil improvement, construction materials, raw materials, additives in iron and steel production, recovery of valuable metals, energy storage. Globally, current utilization rate is around 3 to 4%. Only 4.8 to 6.8 million ton out of generation of 175 million ton is utilized. In cement and concrete industries, around 2 to 4%, 2.4 to 2.9% is utilized. Raw material additive in iron and steel production around 0.8 to 1.5% is utilized. Road and landfill soil amendments around 0.3 to 0.5%. Construction material 1 to 1.4%. Glass ceramics around 1.0 to 1.2%. Aluminum industry in India are shifting towards dry disposal after treatment through pressure filter. This reduces land requirement, low caustic content, and minimizes risk of seepage to groundwater. Some alumina plants in India have started supplying red mud as an alternative raw material component to the cement industries. Leveraging red mud for productive use in industries such as construction and cement production can significantly contribute to sustainable waste management, resource efficiency, and reduced environmental risks. Several R&D projects between aluminum industries and research organizations like BARC, IIMT, IITs, CSIR, JNRDC, CBRI is going on for different mode of utilization in red mud. NALCO also carried out a few collaborative research programs with indigenous as well as foreign institutes like BARC, NALCO for development of sacrificial bricks from red mud for core catcher of nuclear thermal power plant. NALCO and IIT Bhubaneswar development of red mud fly ash based geopolymer concrete. NALCO and JNRDC manufacture of construction bricks, blocks, chips, but could not be pursued to bulk utilization with economic viability. The utilization of red mud is not just a necessity for reducing waste in the aluminum industry, but also an opportunity for creating valuable products and contributing to a more sustainable future. With continued research and innovation, we can unlock the full potential of red mud, turning a hazardous waste product into a resource that will benefit industries, economies, and environment. By embracing this challenge, we can pave the way for a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable world. Let us not look at red mud simply as a byproduct, but as a stepping stone towards a more sustainable and circular economy. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। डायरेक्टर प्रोडक्शन सर को सुनते हुए यह बात बहुत स्पष्ट हो गई कि हमारा आने वाला कल और आज से चलकर भविष्य की राह क्या होगी, भविष्य का रास्ता क्या होगा, वो हमें तय करना है। स्थिति यह है कि पॉसिबिलिटीज, अपॉर्चुनिटीज अवेलेबल हैं। वी जस्ट हैव टू मूव फॉरवर्ड एंड टेक अप द चैलेंज विच नाल्को हैज स्टार्टेड। जो संघर्ष होता है ना, उसको यदि थोड़ा सा अलग कर दिया जाए तो वो संघर्ष हो जाता है। एक साथ मिलकर चलने की खुशी, संघर्ष से हम संघ हर्ष में उसको बदलेंगे। और वो कहते हैं कि ऐक्यम बलम सामंजस्य, समाज की ताकत एकता है, समाज का संबल एक दूसरे का साथ है। हम उस एकता और एक दूसरे के साथ इन सारी चीजों को हासिल करेंगे। मैं अब अनुरोध करता हूं डॉक्टर रामानुज नारायण, डायरेक्टर CSIR IMMT से कि वे इस सभा को संबोधित करें। प्लीज पुट योर हैंड्स टुगेदर फॉर डायरेक्टर IMMT।
थैंक यू। जय जगन्नाथ, जय जगन्नाथ, जय जगन्नाथ। On the dais, chief guest, and I can take also that the chief mentor of this program, the Honorable CMD of NALCO, two persons who always required to assist the CMD, two directors on the dais, Sri Jagdish Arora ji and Sri Pankaj Sharma ji, and two directors are sitting on the front row. So the whole battery of NALCO management. Then my senior colleague and director of JNRDC, Dr. Anupam Agnihotri, my friend and one of the mentor of Niti Aayog, the holistic utilization of Red Mud project, Sri Sarvana Bhavanji, the RSC member of NALCO, Dr. Satpathy, the Research Council member of IMMT and also of NALCO. All the invited delegates, participants, and the employee and each and every member who has organized this conference at NRTC. My greetings to all of you. Don't worry about that. So my greetings to all of you. First of all, do remember your Saphalam Nav Abhiyanam. You have put in your anthem of NALCO. So this is a great abhiyan started for the red mud utilization. Just now, Sarmaji was talking about the economics of red mud, but we researcher never see economics. For us, education. And red mud itself has everything in it. I can tell red mud is not a waste. Red mud is a wealth. We have to think in a different perspective. RED, red, MUD, mud. Red, R for research, E for education, M for mind, and if you will apply, the sustainable development will come. We have restricted ourselves only to the construction material for bulk utilization, bulk economics. Friends, change are different. I will not repeat the word because time is limited, but if a chance is given, I can tell you the journey of red mud in at least 200 areas. If we have to think complete value chain, if you see the publication, every year around 800 to 900 publications are coming on red mud. Somebody will put in concrete, somebody will put in bricks, but the other things, can we make the value added material? Can we make catalyst out of that? Can we make the other only not cementous? You are going for agriculture. You are going to valuable because where our red mud utilization project was there. So avenues are unlimited. Our thinking has to be different. Let us not bring economics in the beginning. And I hope that this journey on the basis instruction of CMD sir has started. Let us work together. Each and every aspect of red mud should be used. Then, if you are coming to the project that how institution should come together, IMMT is always ready to support NRTC in all their endeavor. And we have taken even, including when my Ministry of Mines Secretary was talking to CMD sir and myself, I have taken a resolve that we are going to completely utilize it. And for your sir information, sir, last month, we have also ordered the automated brick making and this plant that not only bricks, that whatever type of construction material, friends, think of breathable bricks. Think of adsorbable bricks, that adsorption material. So more and more, please go away from the construction. Other aspects you have to look into, and alpha hematite, gamma alumina, those are the days. So I will restrict the technical to for further. So I wish this conference a great start, a thinking that whole day you think over, come out with a plan. IMMT is always with you in all your endeavor. Thank you. Jai Hind, Vande Utkal Jan.
Thank you so very much, sir. We'll surely work together. And we are very confident that we'll be achieving all the milestones since we have with us establishments such as CSIR, IMMT. Now, I request the Director of GNAR DDC, an alumni of IIT Kharagpur, Kanpur, IIT Kanpur, Dr. Anupam Agnihotri, to address the gathering. Please put your hands together for Dr. Agnihotri.
Just before I start, I like to share. कल रात से मेरे पास मैसेज आ रहे थे कि सर अपना सीवी सबमिट करिए, अपना सीवी सबमिट करिए। तो मैं बोला ठीक है, मैं अपना बायोडाटा, अपना सीवी खुद ही बता दूंगा। तो 2 लाइन बोलूंगा। हमने सुनी है अमिताभ बच्चन और हरवंश राय बच्चन की अपने सीवी के लिए कि मशहूर होने का शौक नहीं मुझे, मशहूर होने का शौक नहीं मुझे, आप मुझे पहचानते हो बस इतना ही काफ़ी है। मशहूर होने का शौक नहीं मुझे, आप मुझे पहचानते हो इतना ही काफ़ी है। अच्छे ने अच्छा और बुरे ने बुरा समझा है मुझे, अच्छे ने अच्छा, बुरे ने बुरा समझा है मुझे, क्योंकि जिसको जितनी ज़रूरत थी उतना ही उसने पहचाना है। थैंक यू। सो गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। एंड बिफोर आई स्टार्ट, इस बार हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मन की बात में फिटनेस के बारे में मेंशन किया था। तो उन्होंने एक स्लोगन भी दिया, फिटनेस का डोज आधा घंटा रोज, फिटनेस का डोज आधा घंटा रोज। तो मैं आपके साथ एक फिटनेस का टिप शेयर करने चाहूंगा बिफोर आई टॉक अबाउट रेड मड, कि सिटिंग एट अ प्लेस फॉर मोर देन 45 minutes has a similar impact on a body as consuming 1 teaspoon of sugar. 1 घंटे एक जगह पे 45 मिनट से ज्यादा बैठना 1 चम्मच शक्कर खाने के बराबर है। So now the question comes, how to counteract that? That effect can be counteracted by putting your hands together, as the palms contain meridian points linked to the various internal organs, promoting circulation and overall well-being. So आप स्पीकर के लिए ताली मत बजाइए, बस खुद के लिए ताली बजाते रहिए समय समय पर। इस क्लाइमेट चेंज, decarbonization, sustainability, circular economy, critical minerals, industrial revolution 4.0, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और अमृत काल के युग में मैं एल्यूमिनियम इंडस्ट्री के लिए हमारी फेवरेट 2 लाइनें बोलना चाहूँगा कि जिंदगी की असली उड़ान बाकी है, जिंदगी के कई इम्तिहान बाकी हैं, अभी तो नापी है मुट्ठी भर जमी आपने, अभी तो पूरा आसमान बाकी। डिग्निटरीज, अरे हमारे लिए नहीं, अपने लिए तालियां बजाइए। Dignitaries on and off the dais, invitees, participants, and members from media, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I extend warm greetings to all of you here. And indeed, it is honor and pleasure to be part of this one-day workshop on red mud utilization at National Research and Technology Center of National Aluminum Company, that is NALCO. I'm grateful to the organizing committee for the invite, honor, and of course the hospitality extended to me. मैं NRTC भुवनेश्वर की पूरी टीम को रिमार्केबल अचीवमेंट्स ऑफ कोर्स इन पास्ट के लिए हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं और फ्यूचर प्रयासों के लिए हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इट्स अ प्रिविलेज टू स्टैंड बिफोर यू टुडे एज NRT deliberates on red mud utilization. मैं अपना टाइम देखा, टाइम 5 मिनट का दिया था, तो मैं रास्ते में सिर्फ 5 पॉइंट लिख के लाया हूं about the red mud, which I like to share with the elite audience. The 5 points which I would like to discuss, because I have a presentation, remaining things I'll be talking there. So first point is, we have to reimagine red mud from industrial waste to environmental solution instead of a value addition for making money. For decades, red mud has been viewed as a problematic byproduct of aluminum production, leading to massive stockpiles worldwide. But what if we flip the narrative? Instead of seeing red mud as a byproduct, we should recognize its potential as a resource, one that can contribute to solve some of the today's most pressing environmental challenge. Second point, we have to think beyond tradition, unlocking red mud's untapped potential the world is shifting towards circular economy, where waste is no longer discarded but reintegrated into productive use. With increasing focus on decarbonization, climate change mitigation, and sustainability, it's high time to rethink red mud beyond conventional applications. Third point, which I wanted to discuss, is the waste to wealth, elevating red mud to the level of critical material. Most industrial byproducts have undergone a transformation from being considered as liabilities to becoming essential raw material. One of the examples given by the previous speaker was the slag from the steel industry. Fly ash and blast furnace slag are now key ingredients in cement and construction. Why should red mud be any different? Its high iron, alumina, and Re content mean it has immense potential to be high to the level of critical material. Fourth point, versatile and game-changing. We have to think, there has to be out-of-box thinking, a spectrum of red mud applications. I was just going through that research has uncovered a range of exciting applications of red mud far beyond what was previously imagined. I mean, it was very interesting to read that. One was energy storage. Red mud's chemical composition makes it a candidate for battery technologies and energy efficient material. Second, carbon sequestration. By reacting with CO2, red mud can be used to capture and store carbon, directly contributing to the climate change. Third, out of box is radiation shielding, which we have been working on. Fourth is self-healing concrete. That's something which has not been worked upon. 3D printing of sustainable structures as a feedstock for 3D printing, red mud could revolutionize eco-friendly construction. Very interesting application of red mud was discussed was oil spill cleanup. Its adsorption properties can be harnessed to clean up environmental disasters effectively. And last thing which I like to share with you, in near future, I can say the future of red mud lies with the cement industry. Friends, think about it. Today, the cement industry is using, countries more than 50% of fly ash goes to the cement industry. What will happen when everything becomes renewable? Maybe not today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, 2047 or onwards. So from now onwards, we have to think to replace that fly ash in cement with red mud. We have to start right from today. So with that, I once again thank you for the warm invitation, generous hospitality, and honor of being here today. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
बहुत धन्यवाद सर। चुनौतियां और मुश्किलें न हो तो जिंदगी अच्छी नहीं लगती है, और जीने का एक बड़ा उद्देश्य होता है कि हम अपने परिस्थितियों के साथ समझौता करने के बजाय उन परिस्थितियों को चुनौतियों की तरह लेकर आगे बढ़ें। आज के इस कार्यक्रम का उद्देश्य भी यही है, और जैसा कि डॉक्टर अग्निहोत्री कह रहे थे, उनकी पूरी बात को आने वाले भविष्य के बुनियाद की तरह आप समझ सकते हैं कि चलो हम मिलकर नया इतिहास रचते हैं, चलो हम मिलकर नया इतिहास रचते हैं, कल को देखकर, आज से सीखकर भारत के सुनहरे भविष्य का निर्माण करते हैं। आइए अब समय है उस व्यक्ति को सुनने का who is accelerating all the possibilities to take NALCO at new greater heights. I welcome the first person and CMD of NALCO, Shri Brijendra Pratap Singh. Please put your hands together.
Okay. Directors on the dais, Director JNARDDC, Shri Dr. Anupam Agnihotri, Director IMMT, Dr. Ramanuj Narayan, our own directors of the NALCO board, Director PNT, Director Production, Director Finance, Director HR, representative of Niti Ayog, Shri S. Karuna Bhavan, our ex-employees, Dr. Sarpati, Dr. Patra, our ED MNR complex, representatives of our corporate office, representatives of MNR complex. I don't know from Smelter someone has come or not. Representatives of other organizations, our peer organizations, Vedanta, Hindalco, IIT is there, Entity One, Niti Ayog to bol diye. Rusal will be giving some presentations. I was going through the schedule, long list of presentations. To start with, around 1.5 months back, I visited this beautiful complex called JNRTC, NRTC, and I was very surprised to know the facilities which is there. And frankly speaking, we are not able to use this facility. So it was really a concern area for me why we are not able to use it. So now we have 2 directors of 2 research organizations here, IMT and JNARDC, and I'm very much sure not only this Red Mud, in others area also we'd like to collaborate with both the research organization to use this facility. Maybe fellow researchers from other place also can come here and do the researches. As far as Red Mud is concerned, during that visit, when I was interacting with the team here, and just I was asking what about red mud, because red mud, when we talk about aluminum, one thing which comes is red mud, the waste which is getting generated. And when our team here in NRTC, they told that a lot of researches have been done, but till date no commercial solution is available. I was really surprised. Aluminum industry is so old. Why till date no commercial solution is not there for extraction of any value-added products, or maybe use of this red mud in some other areas. It is really disturbing, really concerning. Why we are so ahead in researches and all that. Till now, no commercial solution for large-scale commercial use of this red mud is not there. So as all of us know, this red mud, generation of red mud, huge generation of red mud, around maybe 1.5 ton per ton of alumina production. NALCO itself, when I was asking the deposit of red mud, around 70 million ton. And I am very much sure both Vedanta and Hindalco and all over the world, all aluminum producers, all alumina producers must be having huge deposits of red mud. The concern with this is it requires huge land for storage. Again, as told, it destroys the land, the CPGs which is going inside from the red mud, wherever we are storing the red mud. Again, it is affecting the quality of the soil. The dust which is flying off, it disturbs the people staying in the nearby areas, because wherever our red mud ponds are there, regularly we get complaints from the nearby villages that a lot of dusts are flying in the summer seasons. Again, breakage of the red mud dam and pond is a constant threat. Some of the has happened earlier also for the people who are living in the nearby areas of the red mud ponds or red mud dams. So all these concerns, apart from that, the things which are available in the red mud, already told earlier, Al2O3 is there, Fe2O3 is there, titanium is there, SiO2 is there. So a lot of value is there. So it is so important that we come out with concrete solutions. I know a lot of research already is there, but commercial solution is required, because whatever we require to do, we are ready to put in money. It's very important that if we want to do it on a commercial basis, huge investments will be required, and investment has to be done on a commercial scale, not on a pilot scale. Of course, pilot scale, a lot of studies already has been done. Like last month, I was there in IMT, and they are already in the process of making bricks from the red mud. Of course, making brick from the red mud is a very small quantity or fire, because the kind of volume of red mud which is present, because making breaks in those remote areas and transporting to the other areas, again, that will be costly and it has to be cost economy. We have to think how to extract the minerals that is present inside that is Fe, aluminum, silicon, titanium, vanadium, all these minerals, it is so important. Rare earth minerals are there. So I am very much sure with these presentations going on today, all the presentations by all the presenters, in the evening, we will sit down again and some kind of action plan along with our research institutes should be there. A core team should be formed where we should come out with the action plan, what kind of commercial thing we can do for extraction of minerals from the red meat. Last, I think 2-3 weeks back, I had called Entity One and they had given a presentation to me. And that was again encouraging. I think they are doing the presentation today also. The solutions are there, but to implement on the commercial scale is a challenge. We have to see how to implement on a commercial scale. For that, maybe we will be requiring some of the partners who will be interested in funding these projects in a large scale, because large scale investments will be required. That again is very important. I am seeing, I think few of the students and startups are also there. It is good opportunity for them also to learn the new things, startups to come up with the new things. So once again, my best wishes for the success of this workshop. And I'm very much sure evening again we'll sit down and come up with the concrete solutions, how to go ahead and how to deal with this red meat. Once again, my best wishes for the success of this workshop. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir. You just heard that Sir is very sure that the program is going to be very fruitful. And you would agree that surety gives us confidence. And confidence unlocks every opportunities of life. हम सभी मन से चाहते हैं, हम सारे लोग जो इस सभा में बैठे हैं, जो इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़े हैं, हम सभी मन से चाहते हैं कि रेड मड का बेटर यूटिलाइजेशन हो और हम उससे कुछ बेहतरीन कर सकें। लेकिन साथियों, मनचाहा पाने के लिए चाहना भी मन से पड़ता है। केवल मन से चाह लेने से कुछ नहीं हो जाता जब तक कि हम उसके लिए प्रयास न करें, उसके लिए कोशिश न करें, और हम अपने लक्ष्य को हासिल करेंगे। हमारे साथ बहुत बेहतरीन मस्तिष्क है, बहुत बेहतरीन एजेंसीज है, बहुत बेहतरीन एस्टैब्लिशमेंट्स है, बहुत बेहतरीन लीडरशिप है। इसके लिए हम सभी आइए एक बार अपने स्थान पर खड़े होकर हमारे मंच पर उपस्थित सभी अतिथियों को हृदय से धन्यवाद दें और उनके लिए तालियां बजाएं। अब मैं अनुरोध करूंगा हमारे सभी मंचासीन अतिथियों से कि वे मंच के नीचे अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें और हम एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ लेंगे। साथियों, आपकी तालियां बार बार कमजोर पड़ रही हैं। यह छत किसी भी चीज की बनी हो, अब वो हिलनी चाहिए आपकी तालियों की आवाज से। आइए हम एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ लें और आज के इस कार्यक्रम को यादगार बनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपसे अनुरोध है, आप कृपया अपने स्थान पर बने रहें। पहले हमारे सभी अतिथि इस सभा कक्ष से, इस ऑडिटोरियम से बाहर जाएंगे और इस ऑडिटोरियम की ठीक सामने हाई टी की व्यवस्था है। आपसे अनुरोध है कि आप हाई टी के लिए ज्वाइन करें और ठीक आधे घंटे बाद हम अपने टेक्निकल सेशंस के लिए यहाँ फिर से असेंबल होंगे और अपने समय का बेहतरीन सदुपयोग करेंगे। बहुत धन्यवाद अतिथियों का। जिन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम की गरिमा को बढ़ाया है, जिनके साथ हम एक नई ऊंचाई हासिल करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, और यकीनन आने वाला समय आज से बेहतर होगा। आप सभी को आने वाले हर पल की शुभकामनाएं, और आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। I request once again all the delegates present in the auditorium to please join for the high tea being arranged outside the auditorium, and assemble here after 30 minutes for the technical sessions. We have variety of speakers who will definitely give you new insights and concepts on the topic, and you will be privileged to have that. Please join for the high tea. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the technical session. We are going to start. We are going to start the very first technical session of post-Haiti. And for the session, we have with us ED Mines and Refinery Complex, Sri Niranjan Samal sir. Before I call him upon the stage, I'll just brief the intro of the moderator so that you can be aware. Sri Niranjan Samal sir is the Executive Director, Mines and Refinery Complex, Nalco Damanjodi. Sri Samal is chemical engineer by profession and graduate from NIT Rourkela in the year 1988. He has also done masters in technology in chemical engineering as well as holds MBA degree with HR specialization. He has varied and rich experience of over 35 years in the field of technology and associated with all expansion projects of NALCO at all units. During his association with NALCO at different key positions, he has successfully completed all challenging assignments. His technical knowledge and strategic expertise is a remarkable contribution in NALCO for achieving accelerated growth. Please put your hands together for the Executive Director, Mines and Refinery Complex, who is the leader in true sense. Now, I request ED Mines and Refinery Complex, N. Samal sir, to take over. Please.
Good morning, everybody. Respected Director PNT, Director IMMT, Director JNARTDC, present over here because first time. So, and the presenters and listeners available here. So let us start the first technical session. So it is by Mr. K.B. Babu, Dr. Dignitary will have first presentation. So I request him to start. Just before starting this, I just want to tell regarding Dr. Anupam Agrivatri, who is also closely known to me while we visited JNRDDC complex many years back. So Dr. Agrivatri, an IIT Kanpur alumnus with a PhD degree in Materials and Metallurgical Engineering from VNIT Nagpur, is the director of JNARDDC since more than 10 years under the Ministry of Mines, Government of India. He has been a visiting faculty at the University of Quebec, Canada, and Hungarian Research Institute under UNDP, with expertise in aluminum technology, circular economy, and climate change. He has received several scientific excellence awards and actively contributes to the government policy and recycling initiatives. And from NALCO also, we have taken up many research and development measures activities through JNARDDC under the leadership of Dr. Agnihotre. Thank you, Dr. Abhinav.
Thank you, Mr. Samal, for the introduction. Once again, it's good morning. At the outset, let me thank NALCO for this opportunity to make a presentation. I'll request moderator, like how much time I have? 15 minutes, and the presentation was made for 25 minutes anyway. So I'll just try to go as fast as I can. So before I start the presentation, I'd like to say malice towards none and love for all, because should not antagonize anybody with the kind of presentation. This is my personal experience I have added here, like breaking the red mud deadlock, why 50 years of R&D hasn't solved the problem. So I just wanted to work on that and got some information, some data. So I just have three basic, sections in this presentation, just to give you what is the scenario at the national level as well as the international level. And then what are the hurdles? What are the reasons it has been not commercialized till date? And of course, what is the way forward? As I told in the morning, like the near future, what I can see, the best replacement, the best utilization of the red mud would be the cement industry. And when we talk about utilization of red mud, there has to be a word added to that, that is bulk utilization, because we are producing in bulk. It's about 12 to 15 million tons we produce in country. My 15 minutes have not yet started. So that is what either we say bulk utilization or we talk about the holistic utilization of the red mud. It has to be complete utilization, and like when we talk about recovering valuables, recovering of critical elements or REs from red mud, they are present in few milligrams. So what will happen to the rest of them? So that's why there has to be a holistic utilization of red mud in future, or we can say in word, it's a bulk utilization. So what I have done, this presentation, I'll be talking, the agenda for the presentation is like, I'll give you an overview of red mud and its challenges. Of course, the current utilization rates and global comparison, what all the aluminum industry in India is doing and what's happening to this red mud globally. Of course, the main content is the barrier to effective red mud utilization and potential applications in industry, policy and economic consideration, what Niti Aayog and Ministry of Mines is up to for finding a solution to this red mud, and of course the future direction and call to action. So that is what the presentation will go through. Is it there? So if I move, there is a graph, so it's so the coming slide talks about the current statistics, India and global. So if you move to the next, yes. So see, the interesting thing, what we have found out when it comes to the red mud in India and red mud around the globe is the alumina to red mud ratio. Globally, no, we are not on the same page. No, somebody else is controlling that. ऐसे चलेगा? Okay. So the interesting thing is like alumina to red mud ratio. If you see globally, the ratio is 1.2 and India is 1.38. So who has a more of a red mud? I mean, at global level or in India level? So let's make it a bit interactive. What does this ratio tells? Sangeeta ji, 1.23, 1.38. So the amount of red mud produced globally is more than what is produced in India. All right. So that is something interesting. But today, we may be happy, but tomorrow, if there is such to red mud, interesting solution, then we may not be so happy to have this ratio of 1.38. So India produces, alumina production is about 9.1 and produces 12.5 of red mud. If you see globally, it's about 144 is the alumina production. These figures must be of 23, 24. And 178 is the red mud production. So, and if you talk about the legacy, 4 billion tons of red mud have been generated since 1974. Yes. So what's the pattern of red mud utilization when we compare to India and global? Presently, most our red mud is going to cement industry. And I think Hindalco is the leader for that. It's taking more than, I have a numbers slide on that. It's taking more of their 18% red mud with the cement industry. Next stands Vedanta and nothing from Nalco. So if we see the applications at global level, of course, for the cement clinkers, raw material additives in iron and steel production, roads and landfill capping, soil amelioration, bricks, tiles, ceramics, glass, ceramics. But we also have done a lot of research in that, but at commercial scale, still it's not a success story. And if we see the total red mud, it's about 4.7 million tons per annum. That's a volume of a red mud generated, utilized. And that comes to about 2.69% when it comes to the global level. So 4.7 million tons of red mud is being utilized. And when it comes to India, it's about 1.77 million tons of red mud being utilized. So that gives a number of 16%. Still, we are far, far ahead of global average when it comes to the red mud utilization. Yes. So these are the numbers when I talk about the utilization of the red mud at the global level. It's about 2.4 to 2.9 million ton goes to the cement clinker. In India, it's about 1.7, 0.8, 1.5, yes, for the steel and iron production. 0.3 to 0.5 road and landfill capping. I mean, Aditya Birla is also doing an experiment on that. And 1 to 1.4 goes for the construction material, and 0.1 to 0.2 glass ceramics or the glass fibers. And others for refractory, it's about 0.3%. But the disadvantage what we have is that the red mud, what it is being used at the global level may or may not may be used at Indian level, because the solution to the red mud has to be a tailor-made. It all depends the kind of bauxite you're using, the composition of bauxite, and what kind of a composition you have a red mud. So it has to be a tailor-made. Yes, it may be a success story at global level, but it has to be adopted as per the composition of the Indian red mud. So that is what the global utilization. When it comes to the red mud utilization in India, as I told you, red mud at Muri, Renukoot, Belagavi from 3 refineries is being completely utilized. When it comes to Aditya Birla, it's about 1.7 million tons. These are the numbers what we have got from the sustainability report of the particular company. So we have picked up from there. And only 10% of the red mud from Utkal plant is being utilized in cement industry. That is 2.28 million ton is being stored. So that is a scenario when it comes to the Aditya Birla. There are three main players. Third is Vedanta. I don't know what he is doing. Supplying red mud for many cement industries, and I can see it's like 2.2 million tons is being stored. It's only 10% is being taken for the cement manufacturer. Nalco, it's 0%. Entire red mud generated is stored in pond. Correct me if I'm wrong, because these numbers we have got from the sustainability and the annual report of the company. Good. Yes. So what's the red mud dilemma? The red mud dilemma is like India has 6% of global bauxite reserve. Still, the usage of red mud is below 20%. That is about hovers around 16% in spite of the fact we have 6% of global bauxite reserves and one of the best. The aluminum sector contributes about $6.5 billion to India's economy, but red mud remains an unresolved challenges. These numbers are picked up from a report by L Circle. And India produces about 13 million tons of red mud annually, and despite 50 years of R&D utilization, the utilization remains less than 20%. So the dilemma is why industry adoption remains low, number one. Why are solutions failing? Where we are missing opportunities? And of course, what can change this narrative? So that is what I try to work upon and collected some data on that. So why solutions haven't scaled, breaking down the barriers. Then the very first thing which was reported in literature was the high processing cost. Red mud treatment, depending on the composition, what we are producing varies from 500 to 1500 per ton. This plus the cost of setting up a steel plant or a pig iron plant doesn't make it an economical solution. Second is alkalinity and toxic metals that, we have to neutralize before being applied. That's why it comes under hazardous category. Not so hazardous as SPL and the dross. Third is transportation and infrastructure challenges, high logistic cost. Recently, we got about 5 to 6 tons of red mud. Sangeeta ji, correct me, that is the right number. 6 tons of red mud from Vedanta at a cost of 1.3 lakh rupees. That was a transportation cost. The material cost was 0. So that's a high transportation and logistic cost. That's also a kind of a barrier. Then lack of industry adoption. Cement industry prefers fly ash because here it's at 0 cost and processing of red mud. Maybe this is the number on the higher side. It may be 1,000 rupees per ton. So still the preference is given to the slag and the fly ash. Then no regulation. Yes, fly ash adoption grew 50% after regulation. I'll talk about this because there was from Niti Aayog, there was a request to Ministry of Mines to work upon these. I mean, there were a few on the circular economy aspect, and red mud was one of them talked about. So there were 2 actionable points which were supposed to be taken by Ministry of Mines and submitted to MOCC and Niti Aayog that we have done. So yes, government has started talking about the regulations. No government mandates. Yes, unlike fly ash, red mud use is not enforced because fly ash is being enforced, at least in the government construction area. So these are the reasons why solution haven't scaled, and we have to break down these barriers. So missed opportunities, what could work but hasn't. Cement and brick industries can absorb more than 50% of red mud, but industries resist change. And the only solution, what I can see, what I can propose is the government regulation for the same. Iron extraction, as I told you, the neutralization plus the setting up plant will cost about 500 crores and plus. So that is what is the reason it has not been taken up by the iron extraction. And I was told by Indian Bureau of Mines, we had a brainstorming on solutions to red mud. They told like our tailings have more than 50% of iron. So the country which has tailing with more than 50% of iron will definitely not look towards red mud as a solution, as an alternative. Rare earth elements, yes, but no large scale project exists. This is what Niti Aayog is also working upon. But the amount of, the scandium, because that's the only attractive element present in the red mud, because we have plenty of cerium and yttrium. So we are the second largest producer of yttrium, and cerium it's a third or fourth. So the only attraction is scandium, but scandium hovers around 70 to 80 ppm. So the technology required will cost you a lot. Carbon capture and catalyst, this is one of the promising area, but requires advanced R&D funding. And the biggest barrier here, it is like we have the ponds at very remote places. So the way forward, what needs to change, as I told you, it's a government mandates and incentives on similar way as the fly ash. Scalable, cost-effective processing technologies has to be there when it comes to scandium. It has to be a cost-effective because the amount of scandium is quite low, and it should be scalable. What we look for is the public-private partnership. There was a very good project, consortium project among 3 R&D institute and 3 industries, a very good initiative by Niti Aayog. Of course, it will take us forward when it comes to red mud utilization. Industry, academia, startups. This is what our secretary, Sri Kanta Rao, has stressed upon. Now we are putting this as one of the agenda for our coming announcement for the startup. When it comes to the red mud, already one of the startups by name Inaugural in Bhubaneswar has been sponsored, which works on recovering scandium and sending the rest of the thing to the cement industry. We'll be visiting tomorrow. Localized processing units. This is the important thing because the amount of solids and amount of water doesn't make it a solution of the transportation for a longer distance. Stronger regulations, and of course, there has to be incentive for utilization of this red mud. Industry collaboration for commercial, and that is must. So what I told in the morning also, and presently I also share that red mud utilization requirement for the cement industry, which almost is fulfilled by the red mud available, like approximately 30% moisture has been used in several plants and can readily be achieved at many alumina refineries. So relatively low moisture content, if can be preferred. A value of less than 2.5% soda has been indicated to be satisfactory. That can also be achieved. And iron oxide to alumina ratio 0.1 to 1.2 in the raw material was found to give the best results. So if it beneficiate red mud to some level, this can be achieved. And of course, economically feasible distance in cement plant and red mud source should be acceptable. If you see the report by International Aluminium Institute, IAI, which talks about the feasible distance for the red mud to be transported for value addition is 1,200 kilometers. And we have worked upon that with 500 kilometers as a feasible distance for utilization of red mud. I'll show you. So the key aspects required for the use of red mud in the cement industry productions are very much available and can be achieved. So this is what are the, we have taken the location of alumina refineries and installed capacity of cement plant, installed capacities of cement plants within approximately 500 kilometer vicinity. What we think can be a feasible transportation distance for usage of red mud in the cement industry. So here is the number. It's about 100 million tons of cement is being produced within a vicinity of alumina refinery, within a vicinity of 500 kilometers of the alumina refineries. So this can be a success story when it comes to the red mud utilization in cement industry. So what, just we were working on that, red mud utilization for the cement industry, total cement production in India is about 375 million tons. And suppose we take an assumption, a hypothesis that all of them use 3% of red mud. So current addition of red mud in the cement industry, and the proven percentage of red mud varies from 2 to 5%. It all depends upon what raw material composition you have for making the cement. So if you use 3% of red mud, cement industry can utilize about 11.25 million tons of red mud per annum. So we get the solution here. The cement industry is utilizing several waste as alternative fuel and raw material. The question arises, why not red mud? So municipal, these are the various waste I have listed here, which is being used by cement industry. And the thing which is missing here is the red mud. So current annual utilization of fly ash is about 50 million tons. Sir, I'm left with 5 slides, 4 slides more. So there'll be,
Sir, let us wind up
Yes,
little quickly.
yes. So the gap we need to close is the key barriers in India. The key barriers are lack of incentives for using red mud in various applications. Of course, weak infrastructure. We don't have a pilot plant for value addition of this. And third is the high logistic cost. Potential, if matched in global standards, could save about 1,000 crores annual saving. Other than cement industry, we use this red mud. Policy changes and industry investment to unlock 1,000 crores in annual economic benefits when it goes to the cement industry in India. And of course, focus on policy mandates, PPP investments, and export driven utilization. There is one good thing, like can we think to export red mud to the country where there is no availability of iron ore? This can be thought of in long term. Efforts from Government of India, Niti Aayog's action plan. It has to be like zero waste management policy in line with zero discharge to encourage utilization of various waste. This was one of them. So we had to develop a guidelines for environmentally sound management red mud, mandating use of dry stacking of red mud in aluminum refinery, mandating use of red mud in cement industry, and frame up of separate rules and guidelines and regardless and other waste rules. So we have worked upon this along with Ministry of Mines, and the kind of action what we have provided is targets for the dry stacking. I think except for NALCO, both the industries are dry stacking. It's not moving. Yes. So this is what we have given the timeline for targets for the dry stacking of the red mud. I think except for NALCO, both of the industries are doing that, and NALCO has also initiated for dry stacking of the red mud. Next was the efforts from Government of India for utilization of red mud in cement industry. This is also, we have submitted a timeline, and within a period of say 10 years, there has to be a complete solution for the red mud, and legacy waste 15 years period was given. This already a draft proposal has been submitted to Ministry of Mines, Government of India. So last, the challenge isn't feasibility, it's economics. So despite decades of research, pilot projects, industrial trials, large-scale red mud utilization remains disappointingly low. The core issue is lack of combination of economic, technical, and industrial, all the three put together, that prevents successful commercialization. The call of action is red mud is still an untapped report, and we don't have another 50 years to solve this. The time is to act now. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience listening.
Thank you, Dr. Agnihotre. Actually, for the information of the question and answer session will be taken up in the afternoon tea breaks time, after post-lunch session.
Can I come down?
Yes, yes. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So the next and the second speaker is from Hindalco, and speaker is KV Kishore Babu, Mr. KV Kishore Babu. Mr. Kishore Babu is an experienced professional with over 24 years of expertise in environmental and ESG verticals. He has worked with prominent organizations like the Adani Group, Sambcorp Industries, GMR Group, and Bimta Labs. Currently, he serves as the leader of corporate sustainability at Hindalco Industries Limited. Mr. Babu holds an MTech in environmental engineering from NIT Bhopal and a BTech in civil engineering basically from Kakatiya University, Warangal. The time slot given is 15 minutes to Mr. Babu. I hope he will stick to the time schedule.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You can start.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. It is my privilege to be here with the August designation. As the time is less, I will quickly go through the presentation. Thank you, sir, for my introduction. I am the leading the corporate sustainability at Hindalco. Is only briefly about what we are doing at Hindalco. Hindalco's contribution to sustainability, red mud utilization, and we are doing environmental research, so R&D on the red mud, how to utilize it fully. And we are doing land stabilization also. I will quickly telling about that. You people all must be aware about the Hindalco. Hindalco, briefly I will tell. We are into the aluminum, copper, and aluminum refinery business. We, along with nowadays, we got 47 manufacturing units across the world with 38,000 of workforce. And we are one of the leading producers of primary alumina in Asia, serving the core sectors of automobile industry. In copper business, we are one of the single largest manufacturer in the India, in the world. And we have got 4 alumina refineries at Karnataka, Belgaum with 0.4 million ton per annum, Muri, Jharkhand with 0.4 million ton, Renukut, UP 0.6 million ton, and Utkal, Odisha 2.25 million ton. So this is the biggest one. We had 4 alumina refineries. So these are our sustainability activities, how we are doing. Like the previous speaker said, we are we have got 4 aluminum refineries. Out of 4, 3 refineries are 100% sending the red mud to cement manufacturing. So completely whatever the red mud generated is being sent to the cement plants for the complete additional cement. Only at Utkal industry, the 4th refinery, the Utkal Alumina Industries, Raigada, we are unable to do so because of the larger distance from the cement plants. So we are doing so many other activities instead of cement. The abundant red mud ponds, whatever the world red mud ponds, we are converting into greenery. And the fly ash generated plants we are sending to cement plants. And the fly ash ponds also we are covering with the greenery. And the mined out bauxite, like our in Jharkhand mines, we have got the after mining out, we are restoring it to the eco park and pisciculture. These are our few land restoration programs we are doing. We are doing reforestation, afforestation, soil conservation measures. These are out of topics, so I'm skipping. The coming about is bulk utilization of red mud projects. As you know, we are sending our red mud to the cement plants. Apart from cement plant, these are our bulk utilizations what we are doing. So we are mostly sending the red mud to the red mud ponds in dry form only. No wet ponding is done. From the red mud pond, we are sending the red mud to the national highway. So the Bharatmala projects are coming up. The other national highway projects are coming. So at Utkal, we have engaged collaboration with the CRRI, Central Road Research Institute, National Highway Authority, IIMT, HG Infra. With the collaboration of these agencies, we are sending the bulk utilization to the national highway projects. I will be in the next slides. I will be explaining how we are doing. So there are a lot of concerns when we use the red mud in the highway. What about the leaching and all? The precautions what we are taking, I will be explaining in the next slide. In Muri also, we are sending the red mud to the national highway. There we are collaborating with CRRI, National Highway, IIT Dhanbad. We have taken the services for designing and for the monitoring of the environment. And in Utkal, the bauxite mining. After bauxite mining done, we are backfilling it with the red mud. So I will be explaining in the next slide how we are doing. Here we collaborate with IIT Mumbai, NEERI and CRRI. Then we are doing red to green projects in the Muri. So the abandoned red mud ponds, we are converting them to the greenery area. Ecological restoration we are doing. So there we are collaborating with TERI, IIT Bombay, CRRI, Genstru, TPF. So with these agencies we are doing. And at Renukut also we are doing a lot of red to green activities. The abandoned red mud ponds, we are converting them into the ecological storage area, restoration area with the help of TERI. And in Dala stone quarry, there are abandoned stone quarries of the government of India. So they were allotted to us. So we are with the help of IIF Bhopal, IIT Bhubaneswar, IIT BHU, and GS Genstru, we are sending them to the fill the Dala stone quarries. And at Belagavi, we have already rehabilitated 28.3 acres have already been restored, and 46.7 acre of red mud pond is being rehabilitated with the help of theory. So these are the activities we are doing in the Redwood Pond and in the bulk utilization. The first one about the national highway. So while doing the national highway, the red mud, we were given two stretches of the red mud national highway project. There's a changes 289, 290 under the 610 section of the national highway 130. That is connecting Raipur to Visakhapatnam. We were given two sections under this one. So we were asked to make the red mud in trial project. So we got the IRC accreditation. IRC is a Indian Road Congress has approved us to utilize the red mud in the trial section of the road project. So we have sent around 30,000 tons of red mud in these two projects together. So we made the entire road with red mud. And each layer of red mud is periodically checked for the dry density, in-situ monitoring content and all. So all the civil engineering parameters are being tested regularly with the help of the National Highway Authority and to the private laboratories also. So baseline environment assessment is being done through our IIMT. IIMT is being carrying out all the environmental studies here. And the studies are being continued. So these are the highway projects we're doing. If you are interested, I can show how we are doing in this one. Somebody can click this. Yeah. How we are sending the bauxite to the road construction. So here we have taken two pilot projects. The design evaluation performance study is being carried out by CRRI, Central Road Research Institute. Monitoring is being carried out by IIMT. And we are doing as per the India Road Congress, CPCB, under statutory guidelines. CPCB has given published one guidelines for the red mud utilization. We are completely following that one. And IRC has also published one IS code, how to use the red mud in the road project. And we also got the accreditation from the IRC for utilization of red mud. We are doing all the field tests with the help of HG Infra and all. So the location is around 70 kilometers on the plant site in Koraput. So dimension is 330 meter of road project. The design is done by CRRI, annual monitoring by IIMT Bhubaneswar. As the previous speaker said, there are many challenges for utilizing the red mud in other projects. So the transportation is one of the challenge, and rainy season. So basically, when the red mud, when it is comes into contact with water, it loses properties and it creates trouble for the road making. So during monsoon season and unseasonal rains, so we are getting a lot of trouble, and sending the large quantity to so much of distance, 70 kilometers, we are facing a lot of troubles. So these were the challenges. Despite of that one, we could able to do. There are many doubts that how the red mud is being sent to the national highway. So what we are doing is CRRI has designed it this section of the highway. If you see the section, the red mud is entirely encapsulated in the middle of the road. So all around we are providing soil layer of 1.5 meter in each side. So 3 meters of the soil level on the both sides of the road, and there are many layers of the road on the top of the soil, other than red mud. So there is no possibility of red mud coming into contact with any rains or any other activities. Red mud is completely encapsulated. And we have provided the leachate collection pipelines also. So if any case some leachate comes, rainwater comes in contact with the red mud, it is come through the leachate collection pipe. So these pipes are connected to the one leachate tank and being checked frequently for any contamination. So this is the road preparation for the final layout of the red mud road. After the black topping, the road looks like this. So during the laying of the road, the CRI team comes and checks for the strength. And it is, I would like to tell you all that the strength of the road, it is much more better than the normal road. When it is in normal soil, this is better, it has given better results. better holding capacity, better bearing capacity. So IIMT has done the soil testing, water testing, and they are continuously doing. If you wish, there is a video. So it is a normal road laying process. Back. Yeah, that is about the road, sir. We are, apart from the cement plants, we are sending bulk red mud to the road project. Then this is the backfilling of the mines. The mined-out backfillings, the Waflimali mines, which are around 15 kilometers from our plant site, we are sending back to the red mud to the mines for filling up the mine pit. For this one, we need to get the approvals from the Ministry of Environment, Orissa State Pollution Board, and DGMS, Director General Mine Safety. Also, we have taken approval from all of them. So after getting approvals, we have sent around 48,000 of tons to the pit, mine pit. The final banking is being done. Here also we have provided the leachate collection system, wheel washing system, tarpaulin cover system. Geotechnical studies are being carried out by NEERI and IIT Mumbai. We have provided 4 number of piezo wheels all around the mines pit to check the contamination. In future, if it is not contaminated now, maybe in future it may contaminate. So to periodical check, we have provided 4 number of periodic wells, and we are continuously monitoring the area. This is one of the good opportunity where we can dispose so many lakhs of tons of red mud.
So, Mr. Kishore Babu, we can wind up within 1 to 2 minutes maximum.
Yeah, I'm quickly going.
Okay.
We are doing a lot of red to green projects. Like we are greening the red mud ponds. So before it looks like this, we are greening it like this. I'm quickly. So at Renukut also, we have converted them into the lawns. So this is the golf court we have done on the top of the redwood pond. And we are doing like Dala quarry also, we are doing filling and all. At Belagavi also, we are doing converting the existing red ponds to the green. So this like is looking like this redwood pond. Apart from these are the bulk utility projects, sir. Apart from that one, we are doing many R&D projects focusing on red mud. Mostly they are in the pilot scale only, but they have got very good utilization factors. Like we are tied up with IIT Mumbai for the development of the composites, plastic waste. This is a very good project, sir, where the plastic waste and red mud in the ratio of 50-50, we can convert them, and we are converting into the bricks. So polymers we are converting. There is another slide is there. I'll show the details. So again with the Greenwich University UK, we have started as part of aggregates. So they will be converting the red mud and sending it to aggregates, preparing aggregates. So, and with there is a project called IFCO Paradip Port project is there. So there we are trying to utilize the FOPSO gypsum, the waste generated from the IFCO and red mud. We are mixing them, and we would be utilizing it for the land development in the IFCO project site. So these are the projects we are doing. And with CBRE Roorkee also, we are trying to develop the FGD waste. So, and with the collaboration of IIT Mumbai, we are doing in situ neutralization. Actually, as you all know, red mud is having the trouble of the alkalinity. So to reduce the alkalinity, we are doing the in situ neutralization with the help of IIT Mumbai. So if this project comes success now, then in the pilot scale, already succeeded. So the earlier the pH value was 11.8, we could able to reduce to 7.3. But in the commercial scale, it has to come. If we can come into the commercial scale, the project can be utilized anywhere. Like a fly ash, it can be utilized anywhere. So along with IIT Roorkee also, we are doing another project. So it is a beautiful project of bamboo crate. The bamboo crates like sound observers. So with a company called Zantio, along with them, we are developing a sound barriers for the national highway projects and for the railway projects, bullet train projects we are doing. So they will provide the all along the road project. They will be providing these walls. So it can absorb 50 tons of red mud in 1 kilometer stretch of area. So this is about the polymers what we are doing. We have developed these bricks. with the help of the IIT Mumbai, the red mud converting into the bricks. And the compressive strength, we have mixed red mud and fly ash, both mixed. The compressive strength, we could able to get more than 20 Newton per mm square of area. I'm combining, sir. So these are various projects we are doing. Municipal solid waste soil mixing. We are converting it to the fertilizer, sir. So these are our projects what we are doing. So with this, I would like to conclude. We are doing already converting into the cement and a lot of bulk utilization also we are doing, and we are doing many research projects also. And we would like to collaborate with each one of you and to go with this ahead. So with this, I want to try to conclude.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr.
This
Kishore Babu.
presentation I have already sent to the organizers. You can also have the presentation. And if any doubts, you can contact me. My mail ID is also there. I am leading the red ventilation in the Hindalco. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kishore Babu. Very, very interesting session.
Thank you, sir.
Because several ways of utilizing the red mud you have shown, starting from mine void filling to road making to sound proof or sound barrier and many other applications what you have shown. I hope we will be having, all of us having access to your those research or utilization sites.
Exactly.
So that way you will help us, rather help global red mud problem. We can get certain assistance from you in resolving that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
So the next speaker is from Vedanta. Speaker is Mrs. Sangita Sadafule. Mrs. Sangita is the Deputy CEO, Red Mud at Vedanta, with about 30 years of experience in steel, metallurgy, and process industries. She has a proven track record in P&L management, sustainability, safety governance, and industrial operations. Known for leading greenfield and brownfield projects, M&A integration, and ESG-driven strategies, she has held board-level roles, including managing directors and director operations in high-growth, technology-driven business. She has led global cross-functional teams and specializes in operation strategy, stakeholder engagement, and innovation-driven industrial transformation. I request Mrs. Sangita to take up this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And good afternoon, everyone. And thanks, special thanks to NALCO for this knowledge sharing session. It has been very interesting, and you can learn a lot from each other. As already everyone has said before, that learning from each other, you have to not do the same mistakes, but you can learn from others also. So that is what you have created a platform here to learn from each other. Thanks a lot for that. And I'll try to make it as short as possible, and later on we can have questions wherever possible. Can you please go to the first slide? Slide change कर सकते हैं? Right there. So the first thing is like, what is the focus? Approach is reduce, reuse, and recycle. So this is the aim. And as Dr. Agnihotri also talked about circular economy, that is the whole idea of doing it. And as industry, we look at bulk utilization because we have a lot of legacy stock. Vedanta, as you know, is based in Lanjigarh, and we are the largest one place alumina refinery, 5 MTPA plant. And so you can imagine how much generations also we have in red mud. So that is how we are planning to go ahead. And there are few things. The first thing is to look at bulk utilization. And bulk utilization, we have 3 platforms. One is cement. In cement, we have already had a lot of discussions on cement. There's a lot of scope. Right now, only 2% of red mud is used in cement application. So if we can improve that project also, we have taken with CBRI, and we are working on pozzolanic material. So increase the percentage to almost 40 to 50%, so that utilization of red mud in cement in bulk can improve. So that is one thing. The other challenges are there where we would need support also, like already explained before, 1,000 rupees per metric ton is the cost needed to transport red mud. And cement industries also know that that's a pain area and we are in trouble. So they are also not bulging in. They are saying that the transportation, you have to deliver free at our doorstep. Yeah, somehow we are trying to convince, and a cost sharing proposal is there, but still it's not that feasible. That is the reason we cannot 100% send it to utilization in the cement industry. The second one is the road application, where already CSIR has given a report. All R&D, like explained before also, there's a lot of R&D, 50 years or more we have been researching in it. We have a lot in the books, but when it comes to implementation, that is the biggest challenge. Here also the same thing has happened. We have in Viksit Bharat, we have so much infrastructure, housing, everything coming in. So infrastructure is developing, roads and everything are coming up, but we still cannot go and use it. We have to go through so many approval systems, which is also making it as very tedious to use it. Already reports are there that it is feasible, it is possible, but still the question is, we are not able to address it. So this is also a forum where we have to look into how we can come up and find a solution, that if researchers have said that it is possible, then why are we not able to do it? That is what is the biggest challenge out here. And I would like that this forum or this knowledge sharing platform that has been created by NALCO, like better together, if we work together, we could find solution to such type of problems, which is a pain for every alumina industry. The third is the mine backfilling. As our friend from Hindalco already said that they are utilizing this. So if they are utilizing, then why NALCO and Vedanta is not able to do it is the question. Yeah. So if we can also learn from each other and implement it fast and move it fast forward, then we can be able to, in these 3 sessions of bulk utilization, one is doing it, but the other 2 are not able to do it. So this is also what we have to understand and come up with standard SOPs or ways to address these problems. That is what I would expect from this forum or this learning platform. There are few other proposals or few other studies that are going on. This one is called, we are working with ZAG, which is a German company. It is into production of, it is a place where we can, here we are making synthetic sand from red mud. Yeah. So this plant, this business partner has been giving us, is in the process of giving us a final proposal to make a end-to-end consumption potential of 40,000 tons yearly. So we are on the final stage, I would say, on working on it. The second part, this is more towards reduction. So as I mentioned, the 3 things are, you have to reduce it, reuse it, or recycle it. So keeping that in mind, this is how we can reduce the generation of red mud. So we are trying to remove bauxite at the stage, iron from bauxite in the primary stage, so that a concentrated bauxite goes to your refining Bayer's process, and you have better efficiencies and cost of production also. So here IIT Kharagpur had a paper or a patent over it, and we are taking it forward, and we are scaling up to a kg scale, where LN Intech is supporting us for that. And then the final is to go for a 5 MTPA plant for extraction of iron from bauxite. And as everyone knows, the final thing, conclusion, when it comes to industry, it's all about investment, return on investment, ROI part. So we are working on it, and we hope to have success on this, which could be a breakthrough. The other one, the Niti Aayog, I think all the three industries are already into it. I'll not talk about it much, but this is about Niti Aayog, where we are talking about not just iron and alumina, but also going to the rare earth elements, which are the basics or the elements which would be, if we could extract, would make a big impact to the society. Then we have another partner with whom we are working. It is called as the Phoenix Tailings from US, and they're supporting us on extraction of iron and pigments. Red and black pigments can be made out of it. The application is the iron concentrate can go to the steel and iron industry, and the pigments can be used in coating, paints, and printing inks. So this is the other thing that we are working on. Now there are different technologies. So each individual is working on different technologies. So Proman is one more partner with whom we are working. They are working on the plasma arc technology to extract iron from our red mud. I'll not get into the details because of the time constraint. This is other thing we are working on with one more business partner, where we are looking at extracting of iron as well as mineral wool. And this process, this has zero waste. So whatever red mud is going in, it is coming into two parts. One is iron, and then the other is a mineral wool, which is used for insulation. So this is the other project that we are working on with AIT, and our local partner is Uni7. One more, again, see this one part of our thinking is like bulk utilization, and for the future we have to think on innovation on how we can extract the minerals and the elements from it. So considering this, again, one more is on the flash joule technology. We have signed a MOU with them for MTM to work on this project. It works on the flash technology, where at a certain frequency your elements are heated up and they are extracted from the red mud. There are other avenues, but you cannot put everything on paper. So just things like which are already addressed, like bricks, the construction application, the pozzolanic material. FGD is one more where flue gas from our power plants, red mud can be utilized there. So we are working on these other things. So in this forum, these are the things, these are the technical parts. But if we can utilize this forum to address things like common avenues where all the three industries can come together and expedite. If Hindalco has already proven that it can be used in road and mine backfilling, then the same should be. Why again Vedanta or Nalco has to do the same studies and waste time and money to prove it again? So those things we should be able to, like the IRC code for road application. CRRI, CBRI have already, and IRC has put it as a IRC 132/2022 code. So this should help us directly in implementing red mud in road. But still we face challenges in doing that. So how we can come together and build up synergies to overcome these approvals and other issues that we should address in this forum. That is what I personally feel, and such forums will help us to expedite. It's always said better together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sangeeta ma'am. Very interesting. They have chosen, Vedanta has chosen the road of Odisha, some 1,000 kilometers. That is very attractive, and your R&D on that way.
The reason is that, as Dr. Agnihotri has also mentioned, that if we have to go far distances, Like he said, 44 metric ton, he had to pay us 1.3 lakhs. So no one is ready to pay such money. So we are thinking on what we can do in our vicinity, in our close by areas. That was the idea to do researches on the highways that are coming up around Odisha. And we all know that Odisha is picking up and a lot of infrastructure developments are happening. And we as a team should encash on it. That's what I feel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And especially you have identified at least the length and roads of Odisha which can be constructed with the help of red mud. That is a big thrust on this. So we should all
Because
Vedanta, Nalco and Hindalco should all.
we three have
prepared
to
for
work
this.
together. If if we come together, we can build a strong synergy, sir. And I'm very personally grateful to Nalco for holding this session, which is a great learning for personally me. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for sticking to time also. So next speaker is Dr. Harinipriya Sesadri. Dr. Harinipriya Sesadri from Entity 1, Value Emissions Private Limited, is an accomplished researcher with extensive experience in both academia and industry. She specializes in energy storage, electrochemical systems, and waste to energy innovations. She is a recipient of prestigious awards, including the STEM Impact Award 2019, SERB Women's Excellence Award in 2013, and INSA Young Scientist Award in 2004. Her research spans solid-state batteries, redox flow systems, e-waste recycling, and microbial fuel cells, driving innovations in clean energy and circular economy solutions. So now, Dr. Harinipriya Sesadri, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. And we thank NALCO for giving us this opportunity. And today I'll be presenting some of our research and pilot scale done and in the process of scaling up of waste, mostly solid waste into value-added products. Solid waste includes not only red mud, fly ash, combustion ash, lignite ash, coal ash, so on and so forth. Here I'll concentrate mostly on red mud, which has a composition and mostly comes from the aluminum industry as a waste, and it has a composition of several oxides. If you see, many of the transition elements are sitting there. And one more thing is which we normally neglect, silica. Silica, we have a patented process where we can convert it into semiconductor material like silicon, which is elemental, or we can convert it into silicon carbide. Both of them have humongous application in semiconductor industry and also in automotive industry. And if you see the composition of the red mud, alumina, of course, we all know aluminum can be extracted from it. Titanium is a little higher percentage, up to 6%, and sodium oxide around 8%. Vanadium pentoxide. Vanadium pentoxide, although it is only a fraction of amount, this is a very good material, not only in catalysis and other applications, but it also has a good, it's a good electrolyte in redox flow battery. Vanadium pentoxide had been proved more than 15 years ago as a very good scaled up redox flow battery electrolyte. So when we separate V2O5, it can be a good electrolyte for battery applications. And manganese, which is again one of the good transition metal. zinc, of course. So why do we have to do this? Somebody help with this one. Okay. Why do we have to do this? See, we all know that like on a broader composition, we have all the elements which are useful, but there are elements which we call as hazardous and heavy metals, which are also present at parts per million or parts per billion. We say parts per million in few kilograms, but tons and tons of these waste are lying on earth, and it seeps through the soil and to the local water body and also affects the local population there. It's an environmental hazard. Example of those material, if we see, are cadmium, chromium, mercury. And even though they are 0.1 parts per million, it reaches above the threshold when it comes in contact in millions of tons, and it is lying in a pond for several decades. So environmentally, in one way, when we are taking the country economically forward, we are ditching our country environmentally and our population also, which on humanitarian ground we have to take into account. So that's where we talk about zero waste and 5R. 5R is the additional 2R that comes from recycling and reusing. So we recycle vanadium pentoxide, we can reuse it in redox flow batteries. And red mud, with the particular composition that I have shown here, is specifically from NALCO. It has a good composition to that of the ceramic solid electrolyte membranes that they use in batteries. Solid state batteries have become the buzz of the hour across the globe. United States and many automotive industries in Germany, they are into solid state batteries, mostly lithium batteries. Our sister organization, it works on solid state sodium batteries and solid state magnesium batteries. We don't want to get into lithium and its resources and abundance issues to avoid the geopolitics and other things. And mainly lithium is carcinogenic in nature, and we don't want that to go into, again, human consumption, not physically, but in touch with it also is a problem. Then how do we use this red mud? This red mud is a very good solid state electrolyte material with a particular composition that has been shown here. It has sodium, which creates the common ion effect. It has other oxides, which acts as a layered material and helps the seepage of or the hopping of sodium ion into the system, thereby increasing the ionic conductivity of the electrolyte. This solid state electrolyte problem is what has been stopping the solid state batteries to getting commercialized globally. So this may solve the problem. I think it was Dr. Agnihotri who had talked about the energy storage devices applications in this, which we are into, sir. And what we do now as a red mud, resurrection or reusing or reapplication, whatever we call it, it is not enough, because the numbers that like Google or even the literature gives is around 150 million tons globally it has been dumped. But unofficially, the number may be more than 700 million tons. And this is what we do to the environment, which has given us so much wealth to us. And if we could recycle, repurpose, and reuse, we will reduce the burden of mining and, burden of rejecting it as waste. So it helps. It comes back as a circular economy to the system. So how do we do it? We have our pilot scale and the scaled up version in the fabrication process. We have a conveyor which takes the red mud. Okay, the most important point I want to say here is, by using our technology, we can eradicate the logistics issue. Our technology is modular in nature, so the cost associated with transferring the red mud to the site of operation reduces. We can run our system on the site, on the landfill, or on the place where the red mud or any solid waste is disposed of. We take a conveyor, use the red mud or fly ash or any material of solid waste, put it in an acid digester, which digests, and we have insoluble precipitates and soluble system that goes into the acid. Insoluble precipitates are washed and separated and taken in a separate silo. This is the one where we can, dissolve it in appropriate solvents and then recrystallize into independent material of interest. And the soluble ones are taken to a filter, again washed, diluted, and sent to our electrocatalytic reactor, which utilizes DC power to convert it into independent elements like alumina or aluminum salt into aluminum, and other like silicon oxides into silicon fluoride and then to silicon. Or if you want silicon carbide, you deposit on graphite electrodes and then sinter it at higher temperature to get silicon carbide wafers. We are at the scale of 1 to 5 tons per day today. So this is the basic thumbprint with which we work. We call it as electrochemical series, which works within -3 volts to +3 volts. And within this thumbprint, only all the elements that is created by the nature works. So if you take magnesium, it should be deposited at -2.116 volt. Likewise, vanadium you take, it is -1.145. So you apply that appropriate potential to the solution which contains this element, only that element will get deposited on the electrode surface. And automatically, once it gets deposited, you can replace the electrode with a fresh one and start depositing the other material. So this is our 50 kg reactor with which we have performed our pilot scale system at Chennai. And few SEM data which indicates that we are able to separate the elements. So what is the value proposition that we give through our technology? It is like if you remove vanadium as an elemental vanadium, it is a very good catalyst. It helps in nuclear reactors. It's a pigment for ceramic glass industries. And it is a superconducting magnetic material as well. But vanadium pentoxide, if it is not removed as elemental vanadium and removed as such as oxide from red mud or any other solid base, it can be used as an electrolyte in redox flow batteries. Iron, of course, we all know we need it for steel industry and other purposes. We can remove it as iron oxide or elemental iron. Silicon as silicon carbide and silicon. Manganese, aluminum, titanium, zinc, and calcium. In addition, we have a recycling unit in our plant design. This recycling unit takes care of any heavy metal which is sitting in the system just by passing it through microbial digestion. It is not a regular bioreactor. It's an electrochemical bioreactor, which even in parts per billion, it can digest off the heavy metals. So whatever material we are putting it into the applications, it not only helps in circular economy, it also helps in the humanitarian ground also. You don't burden the system with heavy metals and hazardous material. So it can be completely renewable driven because the electrocatalytic reactor is a DC power driven system. And it's a very cost effective technology. The reactor alone can take up only 45 watts for running the system. So per day, it is 45 into 24. That will be the water that is utilized. Rare earth elements can be easily separated. Like from the higher oxidation state, which is soluble in aqueous system, we can reduce it to lower oxidation state and becomes insoluble precipitate, and you can separate it out. Easy to scale up in tons per day. It helps in circular economy and supply chain sustenance. Uranium and thorium, although if it is present in parts per million, we have seen in some of the lignite ash or the coal ash, there is significant amount of uranium, thorium, and Scandinavium present in the system. So these things, even if they are radioisotopic, we can bring it down. For example, uranium can be brought down from 234 to 232 by changing the oxidation state. And that can be easily done with our system. It's a very cost-effective and revenue-generating process. Just by doing this process, you get a value-added product that can be sent into multiple applications and to industry to get the revenue generated and the return of interest as well as your investment. And greater than 70% conversion efficiency for almost all elements present in the solid waste. And cost of production is less than $2 per kg. And the Faraday efficiency, we talk about Faraday efficiency here because of the electrochemical process. It is greater than 80%. Currently, we are at 95% of Faraday efficiency. With this, I conclude my presentation and I thank NALCO for this opportunity. Any questions? It's welcome. Thank you.
Madam, thank you very much. And I feel it is very educative to have electrochemical separation process, and especially whichever element you want to separate, apply the proper voltage and you get that. It is just, if it is working efficiently, it is just a magic one, I can say. So
it is working.
yeah. Just like different type of weapons being used in Mahabharata or in Ramayana era, particular weapon you have to use for killing particular
It's
person.
only Brahmastra. We use it for different
No,
applications.
Brahmastra is the
Electrochemical
ultimate one.
reactor is the Brahmastra.
So it is really nice to hear like this. Question answer session will be done in the post-launch session.
Sure.
So I thank you once again.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is from Uni7, Mr. Soumyadeep Ghosh from Uni7. Dr. Ghosh is a mechanical engineer having 20 years of experience in manufacturing, project management, marketing, and business development. He is presently looking after the non-ferrous business of Uni7 Industrial Marketing and serving the aluminum value chain with technology partners from India, China, Europe, and USA. Over to Mr. Soumyadeep.
Thank you, sir, but I'd like to make a correction. I'm not a doctor, sir. I have done my mechanical engineering from Jadavpur University back, and then I'm associated with the industry. I understand I'm the last speaker before lunch, so it will be a challenging task for me to keep people motivated who are already hungry. So I'll make it short. I'll touch upon the solutions that we are providing to the industry. And it's a teaser, as in our Bollywood movies, we say, picture abhi baki hai. I have only touched upon the solution, not gone into the technical analysis or the financial figures that can be discussed separately if people are interested. So I'll first quickly go through about our organization, Uni7 Engineering and Infrastructure Private Limited. We are part of JS Group, which is a 125-year-old company. We started our journey very long back, and we are serving the metal industries for a longer time. And aluminium industry, we are serving for almost 40 years. As a group, we are having different sections like manufacturing, like static. We have our hydraulic manufacturing divisions, refractory manufacturing division, rubber roller manufacturing divisions. We have our EPC group. We have our associate furnace manufacturing company. We also have our industrial marketing division from where I belong. I am heading the complete non-ferrous business there. And we also have a digital platform. We 100% owned a digital platform named Al Circle, which is covering the complete aluminum value chain. It is circulated in 195 countries, and we are covering complete newses, technological advances of aluminum industry through that. In industrial marketing division in my group, we are associated with different technology leaders all over the world, and we promote their technologies in different territories and in India. At present, I am associated with almost 54 technology associates all over the world and promoting their technology to different sectors. Today, I will touch up, we all have talked about the need. What is the need for these technologies and all? As our previous speakers have already touched upon this subject, I'm not going through in details. At moment, I'm going to touch 3 technologies that today I'm going to talk about. First one is the clean tech furnace process. Second one is the magnetic separation process. These are already established process. Some pilot plants have been done already, and somewhere it is being commercially used. And the last one is a red mud cold press briquetting technology, which is we are just introducing recently. This clean tech furnace process, we are associated with AITW Italy. They are our technological partner. As Sangeeta ma'am has already talked about this project, my team is already in touch with Vedanta for this technology. The heart of this technology is a clean tech furnace. It is an electrical arc furnace, which uses fine particles, the metal dust, to melt it and extract the metal from that. It is a patented technology developed by them. And also it has 2 more patented proprietary technology there, which controls the power absorption in the process and also the recipe mix, which will be used for the processes. So this clean tech furnace was developed for almost a decade. It started almost in 2010, first in South Africa, where they developed few furnaces of 2 MVA and 5 MVA, which are being used to extract the metals from the steel dust. Those are operating finally perfectly. Presently, they are being used to process fine platinum ores. In aluminum sectors, we applied this technology for red mud processing in aluminum grease in 2011. A pilot plant was set up with a 1 MVA furnace where complete 100% utilization of red mud has been done. So with this technology, we are able to extract pig iron and mineral wool. So I will show the balance part in the present presentation. And presently, we are upscaling the process. We are going from 1 MVA to 5 MVA presently in Italy, which will be using steel dust to extract mineral pig irons from there. But the technology is same. We can use the same technology for red mud also. So this is the flow diagram in short. We are mixing coal, silica, and sands to red mud and creating a pellets of that. We are drying it in a rotary kiln and at a temperature of 800 degrees Celsius, and then it is fed to the clean tech furnaces where pig iron and mineral wools are produced. In a normal mineral production, you need to melt the raw material. You require more energies for that. But in this process, you are getting it in a liquid stage. So you can have a line for generating the mineral wools for that, which can be used for thermal insulation, acoustic insulation, and also for the refinery application. And the pig iron can be completely used for the steel industries. By processing 1 ton of red mud, we are able to, in the pilot plant, we are able to produce around 520 kgs of mineral wool and 420 kgs of pig iron. This will depend on the iron present in the bauxite as well as in the red mud. So for each industries, we are getting their red mud samples. So we're getting the red mud properties, analyzing that, and based on that, we are doing it. We also have done a complete ROI analysis. I have not presented in details what is the ROI calculations in there. With European cost, the ROI can be within 2 years of time. We are presently working on developing it in a bigger scale, and also doing all the required production in India so that the capex can be reduced drastically, almost 50-60%. We are expecting it can be reduced if you are producing all the equipments in India. So I am working on that part. My team is already working on that part. So we think this will be a good solutions for the Indian industries to come here. Now, the second solution that I was going to talk about is a magnetic separation process. This is already an established process it is being used in China. It is done by our associate Chaliaco Group, Chaliaco Gami. We represent their technologies for refinery and smelting technologies. So here they are extracting iron ores from red mud. So there are 2 processes in that. One, they already have a prevailing technology which is being used in industrial scale, where they are processing the red mud that is produced from diaspora. This is having a Fe content something around 18 to 35%. But with this, which iron ore they are extracting, that is having an Fe content of 52 to 55%. And the recovery rate is on something around 30%, and water content in this case will be something around 23% in that. So this is the flowchart for this process. They're processing the red mud through a cylinder screen. From their medium dome magnetic separator is there, which is first extracting the iron ore concentrate 1. Then there are 2 stages of high gradient magnetic separation. Then the iron ore extraction 2 is extracted from there. Ores are thickened. Then pressure filtration is done, and iron ore concentrate has been generated. This process is being used in China. I can give the reference of 3 refineries here. So they are using it as a large scale production for this process. But for Indian red muds, we have seen the iron content is more than 55%. So this process is in R&D stage now. So here we are processing the red mud from gypsite. So this is a similar kind of process, a little bit of modification. We have patented technology for this. This is called magnetic calcination process. As it is in R&D stage, I am not in much scope to discuss about in details. But here we can see in the taste scale, we can have a iron concentrate recovery more than 62%, where the iron concentrate properties are around 55%. The last process I would like to talk about is another process we are just bringing in. This is with our partner Jiangxi Group China. So here we are producing red iron briquettes to be used in the secondary steel manufacturing session. So the briquettes can be an alternative to the desulfurization agents. So we are using this briquettes in LD converter in the basic oxygen furnaces. So the industry requirement for this kind of briquettes where it needs to fall from a height of around 1.5 meters without breaking, and the strength needs to be around resistance of 500 Newton. So we have generated a process and we have generated a binder for that, which is able to sustain create that strength for that, and a complete streamlined process for an economical solution for this. So with this binder and our hydraulic roller press briquettes, we are able to create similar kind of briquettes with a maximum 50 ton per hour. That is the production capacity that we are having. The dosage is very small, from 2 to 3%. The process is like that. If you have a red mud which is having a water content more than 25%, I need to just grind it further, then grind it to a particle size of 0 to 3 mm, then mix the binder in that. Then it needs to be cured in a open oil coal-fired furnaces. So the temperature in that will be something around 150 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. Curing is done, and then it can be used in the secondary steel making industries. So I presented these 3 technologies to you. Clean tech furnace, this is absolute 100% utilization of red mud as of now. The pilot plant is already done. We are going for the commercial stage application, the magnetic separation process, and the red mud processes. I am ready to discuss about each and every process in details, talk about the ROI maybe in the separate session. Due to time constraint, I'm not doing it here. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to give the presentation, and thank you from MUD 17.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Soumya Deep. So it is also another angle applying this magnetic calcination technology. That is another methodology of separation of different components. Now over to the organizer.
Thank you. Now may I request our Director Project and Technical to felicitate all the speakers. May I request all the speakers please come to this place so that we can have a felicitation. All the speakers, please. First, yeah, please. Anupam ji, sorry. Yeah, very sorry. So first, Dr. Anupam Agnitri. Please. Yes, Dr. Anupam Agnitri. First, let us felicitate Dr. Anupam Agnitri. Please come. Then Mr. Kausik Babu, handle. Madam Sangeeta from Vedanta. Madam Haripriyan, Madam. Mr. Ghosh from INS, right? Thank you. Now, may I request our director to also felicitate the moderator, Mr. Samal. He has wonderfully concluded the session in time. Yeah, moderator. So it will. So this photo frame will be a memento. Ours only.
I take the liberty of telling Niranjan. We have to take care of red mud also.
Thank Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And now we will be breaking. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Now we'll break for lunch, and lunch is only for 40 minutes. Can we just assemble 2 o'clock? Yeah, it is on time. Everything is on time. 1:55 we will be assembling here because we have a lot more papers to go. Thank you.
we are going to have another session moderated by Dr. Vijay Kumar Satpathy, Executive Director, Business Development and Forever Nalconia. Dr. Satpathy has done his PhD from NIT Rourkela in Industrial Chemistry. He started his career as a scientist in IMMT, then RRL Bhubaneswar for 3 years, after which he joined Nalco, Asia's largest integrated alumina complex, where he has associated in commissioning of the alumina refinery and setting up the R&D lab and other areas until he superannuated as Executive Director. After superannuation in 2016, he is associated with IIT Bhubaneswar, ICT Bhubaneswar, KIIT University, and members of several committees. He is also the director of International Committee for Study of Bauxite, Alumina, and Aluminium. He is a recipient of several awards at national and international level, including Technology Day Award and WIPO Gold Medal. He has 25 patents and over 50 publications to his credit. Please give a big round of applause to Dr. Satpathy, and I request her to take over further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all the delegates and distinguished guests. So this is post-lunch session. We have 4 presentations. We have 2 national and 2 international presentations. Very interesting. The first one to start with is the presentation of Niti Aayog by R. Sarvavananam, and I will give a brief introduction of Mr. Sarvavananam. He is the Deputy Advisor of Niti Aayog with 28 years of experience in mineral and metal sector, and since 2012 he has been instrumental in shaping policies and mines, rare earth elements, and waste utilizations, including red mud, fly ash, etc. Now he is working closely with Dr. Saraswat, the member of Niti Aayog, and the key initiative he has taken for the waste to wealth mission, critical minerals, and circular economy. So now I welcome Mr. Sarvavananam to give his presentation. You have 15 minutes, sir.
Very good afternoon to all. It's a very difficult session post lunch. The 2 first paper by me. Anyhow, I have the idea to keep you alive. So first, I shall thank Nalco for giving this wonderful opportunity. Thank Nalco team, especially Mr. Mohapatra and Dr. Vinod, who has been very instrumental in getting me here, and other members who are present here. So I just want to give an Niti Aayog perspective on utilization of red mud. So first, I will give a brief introduction why we are into red mud, Niti Aayog, because we are a policy think tank. Actually, we started this business in 2015, where we were searching for red muds. Actually, National Security Advisor gave a mandate to us that we don't have good good REs into our kitty. So Niti Aayog has been given the mandate to work on red mud. That is where we thought actually post the primary REs, what are the secondary REs generation? So secondary REs are much concentrated on red mud, fly ash, electronic waste, all those things. So that is why in 2015 we constituted a broader committee under the guidance of Dr. late Baldev Raj, who is no more, is Director NIAS. So based on his recommendation, we thought that we should work on red muds because scandium is an important element of REs. So scandium is most predominant in red mud. If you have anything above plus 50 ppm in red mud, scandium is extractable, and that has been demonstrated by much of the R&Ds who are present here also. So this is the basic concept for us to get into our red mud work. So there our journey started. Then we had a subcommittee on red muds under the guidance of Dr. R.N. Patra, ex-CMD IRL. So based on his initiatives, we were working with the 4 members like NALCO, Vedanta, Hindalco, on how we can mobilize the utilization of red mud. This is our main concentration. So under this umbrella, we ran a program actually, and later it got converted into a committee. So the partners are 3 CSR labs, IMMT, NML, and JNRDDC. Luckily, we have the director also sitting here, JNRDDC. And 3 industrial partners, NALCO, Hindalco, Vedanta. And the main purpose is to have the technology development and the holistic utilization. So if you go into the genesis of the red mud, all rare earth elements in bauxite gets enriched by a factor of 2 by Bayes process. Around 1.8 to 2 tons of red mud is discharged of every ton of alumina produced. This is based on the feedstock of bauxite. Over the years, generation of red mud is expected to grow at an estimated annual rate of 5%, as is evidenced by the growth in alumina production. So what is the scope of and the mandate of the Red Mud Committee? So the Red Mud Committee scope and mandate are as follows. It is, as all you are aware, red mud is a complex material where handling, storage, usage, and management is a complex phenomena. So bauxite residue is highly alkaline, which is a potential pollution threat to water and land, which has been mentioned by my earlier speakers also. Further, high costs are associated with a large area of land and the storage of the residue and also the polythene lining on the surface in the storage pond to avoid groundwater contamination. So as everyone knows, 1 ton of aluminum production generates roughly around, it's on a thumb rule basis, I'm telling, 2 tons of red mud, which is a critical issue in storage for this particular purpose. That is why the best brains in the country sat together and discussed that let us have a holistic utilization to find its utilization in a larger way. So scandium is the main element which is enriched as compared to native bauxite. The committee was formed under the directions of Dr. R.N. Patra. And based on the stakeholder consensus, it has been agreed that the approach should be on holistic utilization, because we were in the initial phase, we are concentrating only on RE extraction. So actually, RE is just a PPB material in red mud. So I think the industry was not able to buy our argument. So we yielded to the pressure of the industry and thought that, okay, let us have a holistic utilization for extracting the iron, alumina, titanium, and all the important materials present in the red mud, so that the entire gamut of material will be utilized. So the project started in 1st October 2021 with a 3 years time frame. The budget requirement of the project was 511.51 lakhs. It is a 50-50 shareable by the 2 entities, which is industry 50% and R&D institutes 50%. The scope of the project is to outline the master flow sheet with complete mass and energy balance. Mandate is recovering values from selected grades of bauxite residue, which focus on alumina, iron, titanium, and rare earths with the techno-economic feasibilities. So any IP arising as per the work plan will be shared by all the 6 participating agencies. Even if no IP is generated, the process know-how generated will be owned by all the partners, and all partners shall have the freedom to operate. This is the main thing which has been focused based on the discussions emanated. So this is a rough idea of how the mineral composition of red mud occurs in the different mineral phases, right from gibbsite to the last mahamite. It's just for the academic purpose I'm sharing. So the deliverables of this project is actually the samples are concentrated and finalized from NALCO's Damanjodi and Hindalco's Utkal, East Coast other mixed bauxite residues from Vedanta Lanjigad, and Central India bauxite residues from Renukut and Muri. So what are the deliverables of the project? The process we are trying to establish, we have already established actually for a pre-concentration of REs in red mud after beneficiation at 100 kg red mud feed scale, recovery of iron value from bauxite residue, recovery of alumina value, recovery of titanium value, recovery of REs from bauxite, and the master flow sheet with complete mass and energy balance to recover values from selected grades of bauxite residue and its techno-economic feasibility. So the utilization of this project will be the iron value recovered can be utilized in iron and steel industry. This will also act as a secondary source for iron. In the morning, some speaker was telling some red mud can be extracted, can be exported for red mud, for iron ore utilization. The accumulated quantity of red mud can serve as a potent source for scandium. Alumina value can be utilized in aluminum industry, and titanium value is in red mud can be a substantial source also. So next, one of the important issue which we are dwelling upon is the red mud freight tariff. Actually, this is especially Vedanta and Hindalco are just keeping on bulldozing us on this particular issue because railways are constantly increasing the freight tariff. So actually, based on this, we have acted upon also. So 1 ton of alumina production, as already mentioned, it is 2 tons roughly. So currently we are 12 million tons of red mud is generated in the country. Due to its alkaline nature, managing and storage is always a challenge. For promoting circular economy, industry is making all efforts to utilize it in cement manufacturing. But the chemical composition is a major hindrance on its alkalinity. It finds usage in cement industry's raw mix ingredients, especially in replacement of laterite and reduction in sulfur utilization. Red mud can be transported only through railroad because due to its bulk nature, we cannot transport in any other form. Since most of the alumina capacity is in the eastern part of India, and the cement plants are spread all over the country, rail freight becomes a serious constraint in utilization of red mud by cement industry. So if suppose at 2 to 3% using clinker mix, all the red mud will get vanished in no time, but that is not happening at all. And we have intervened in 2021 in order to promote circular economy. We have insisted upon the railways to reduce the red mud freight from class 120 to class 100, and that has happened. This has resulted in 16% reduction in freight cost for the industry because it's a win-win situation for the industry. And it has led to large-scale utilization of red mud in 2021 and 2023. Subsequent increase in tariffs thereafter have led to a little bit of a slowdown right now in dispatches. Ministry of Railways in 2023 has revised the freight class from 100 to 110, effective from 1st October. So this has led to a further increase in freight rates by 8.6% of the cost. Further, busy season charge of 15% has also been levied, which has still added as a catalyst in spoiling the sport. So this has also reduced in the offtake from a peak 2.2 to 2 million tons, and now in 2025 it is estimated to be 1.7 million tons. It is getting reduced. Given the trend, it is predicted that the utilization will further fall below 1.5 million tons in subsequent years. So once again, we have taken up the issue with the Ministry of Railways to reduce it from 110 to 100, which probably will happen. The industry has committed that the class change will lead to increase of dispatches to 2.6 million tons from 1.7, which is anticipated. The additional volume is expected to generate an additional revenue of rupees 140 crores for railways, and I will also indirectly promote the circular economy. So I would draw the inferences from my earlier speakers also. First speaker from JNRDC, he spoke about that there is no government mandate. Yes, we honestly admit there is no government mandate because in fly ash there is a mandate. Because of that, it is happening. So in red mud, it is a gray area. And our committee, which was constituted in 2021, is coming to end by March. So we are going to launch the report, and the execution part will take. So I think it will take another 1 or 2 years for a clarity to emanate from the government corridors. But definitely this is a important segment, red mud, because it is leading to contamination of the groundwater, as well as it is becoming a liability to the industries actually, because now land has become a major issue. So if you can free your land from this waste, that will create a big revenue for the industry. And moreover, now suppose if you start converting this waste into wealth, then that will add some business into your books, the financial books. So that is also a promising aspect. So definitely, I think with the larger audience present here, and with the summary coming up today evening, we can have a good crack of this particular subject because there is no much done by the government also. We have to do it. And I honestly admit to the statement. And from morning, everybody was speaking about only three companies, NALCO, Hindalco, and Vedanta. Now there is a baby born also, Adani. So I think with Adani coming into the fray, I think a lot more things will happen in near future. So the things are positive, but it is definitely doable. So we have to take a particular pathway because there are hundreds of utilization methods, but there is no holistic utilization in Redmond. So I think with the presence of the present CMD NALCO, I think we can have a good rethink of all the things which has happened in the past and come to a good synergy. So this is the Redmond Indian, this is a world scenario. We are generating almost 12 million tons and world generation is almost 150 million tons. Assessed global stock of Redmond is roughly 5 billion tons. Indian stockpile is 130. So annual generation is growing at 5% per year. And when compared to China, our utilization rate is very less. So these are the possibilities of utilizing red mud. So already this has been covered by my speakers also, by earlier speakers in red mud, in brick manufacturing, in ceramics, tiles, road construction, in cement, mortar, additive in ferrous metallurgy, it is in pigments. Actually, we should focus because there are in paints and pigment industries, we think about ochres and titanium, but we have not given much emphasis on red mud. Actually, these are the areas which we need little bit of R&D to do it because it's very easy to crack these sort of subjects because it's doable. But only this, we need a proper technology time framework to do it. So now, as a feedstock for adsorbents and catalyst and carbon dioxide trapping, so there are a lot of applications. And thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sarvanabhavam. Big round of applause. We will take up the discussion at the end of the session. So now I call upon Dr. D.N. Singh. Dr. Singh, let me introduce. He is the D.L. Saha Chair Professor from Innovation at the Department of Civil Engineering in IIT Mumbai, a distinguished expert in geotechnical engineering specialized in environment, geotechnology, contaminant, transport, and industrial waste recycling. He has 359 publications, 72 supervised PhDs, 30 granted patents, and he is recipient of several medals and is a fellow member of several national and international institutions. So I invite Dr. Singh to please present in 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for accepting my request and being here. I'm really overwhelmed. Why I wanted your presence over here is that this is the era of entrepreneurship and invention. How many of you are going to be entrepreneurs over here? Can you just raise your hands? Good. That's very nice. So I have solved your 75% of the problems, and I have brought most of the technologies which I'm going to talk about here to the TRL 5, 6, or 7 level. What I could not do, I am going to talk about, and I'm very happy that you have collected some people who are enthusiastic and who can take it up to TRL 9. So I started my journey in Redmond with my association with Hindalco. And I still remember the first question I asked them, what is red mud? I was not aware of. I'm a trained civil engineer and later on converted to the material scientist and later on environmental geotechnologist. So what I'm going to present over here is something which is now a buzzword in the engineering, circular economy, sustainability. You are taking out ores from the earth, you are refining the ores. In the process, you are producing a lot of material extraction is going on, and then the waste is getting generated, which is nothing but a sort of a resource in today's world. And then these byproducts, we call them as industrial byproducts, and there's a big series of these products, but here, because the discussion is related to the red mud, I'll be sticking to this. As people have already said, transportation is a very big problem. Handling is another big problem. How to dispose it is a major issue. Storage is a major problem. So I was associated with some of the failures and the post-failure analysis of the dikes and the dams which happened in the eastern part of the country a couple of years back. And that gave me a lot of learning experience from this. So then at the same time, this idea was going on the mind that if storage is becoming such a big problem, the land is shrinking, the costs are going to be very high, what we should be doing? The question is that we should be devising a technique by which we can adopt the bulk utilization. And I'm a geoenvironmentalist. A lot of people have been talking about the leaching, the environmental impact, the gases coming out of this, and then the fugitive emissions which take place during the summers and so on. So one of the simplest possible solution, if you really want to address to SDGs, go for the bulk utilization. Now, when I say bulk utilization, this is going to be billions of tons because I'm a civil engineer, and I hope you'll appreciate that the materials for construction are also becoming very, very scarce. And there's a need to convert these materials into a sustainable infrastructure development material. So I'm going to talk about mostly what we did and what was the objective. The objective was to utilize the bulk of red mud, which is lying over here and there. So I picked up 4 major areas. The first one is stabilization of the marine deposits. I come from the region, Bombay, where you have lots of coastal areas, where you have marine clays, which are up to 20, 25 meters, more than that deep. Now, how are you going to construct infrastructure on the top of this? So we thought of stabilizing the JNPT area. I'll be discussing this. And incidentally, the 4th container terminal came up on this soil, where we did some initial experiments to stabilize the marine clays, which are very poor in strength. They cannot be loaded from the top. And then ultimately what you see today is BMP City, which was inaugurated by Prime Minister about 2.5 years back. The second work I did at Nanjigarh, Vedanta, and this was also done at Utkal for Hindalco, for making the road sub-base and the embankments by using the red mud. And the third one is the man-made soil, which I wanted to convert all the slurry which is lying in the ponds, what we call them as the lagoons, to convert it into the soil. And the 4th one is the mine backfilling, for which we created rules and regulations through MOEFCC for Hindalco. I think, Mr. Babu, are you aware of this or not? But then we got created MOEFCC rules for mine backfilling. So this is the whole picture and some quick results of what we could do and where I would like to be associated with the young entrepreneurs over here. So most of these studies have been done, how to stabilize the marine clay. A lot of research papers have been published. A lot of patents have been already granted. So you can see here what I have shown is as a function of time, the strength of the marine clay, which otherwise used to be slush, can be enhanced. And this is a technique which is known as ground improvement technique. Only difference is the conventional methods never utilize the red mud and the activators like slag. So once you create the combination of the two, it becomes a magic bag. And then you can enhance the material properties in such a manner that you can play with this and lay the foundation. Mr. Daya, you were talking about this, how to create foundation for MNS. This is one of the solutions, how to modify the ground. The second one, so this patent is already there. And those of you who are interested, means I can promise on behalf of IIT Bombay that you please take it free of cost, go ahead and do something which is more meaningful. The second one, which I wanted to take you through, is the real life story at the 4th container terminal, which I was talking about. And this is where we mix the slag and the red mud in the dry form. And what you are seeing is the insertion of the piles to create the composite columns in the soil. And then slowly and slowly, the hydroxides which are present in the red mud and which are supposed to be a vein, they get converted into a boon. Why? Because chloride reacts with hydroxides and forms a very interesting gel which gives the strength. So this is how you can counter, negativity and the positivity and to come out with the best possible solutions. So this was a live experiment which we did. These are the capsules which we have inserted into these marine clays, and then we could stabilize the soil. And this is the approach road through which the Western Freight Corridor is actually moving at BMTCT, connecting to the entire country. So this is the study which I wanted to show you about the payments upgrade, which we did at Hindalco for enhancing their storage capacity of the disposal ponds as well as the Lanjigarh, Orissa. We did the cast in situ road sub-base, and that was something very interesting. So we prepared the ground, and this is where the casting was done under in situ conditions. So you can see that how the slurry of the red mud plus some admixtures is being created, and then the casting is going on. In the era of 3D printing, I think this is going to be an excellent idea to take it up and execute it some other places. The beauty is that the material has already become intoxicated. And then you are trying to nullify its toxicity by some materials which the industries are producing. It could be phosphogypsum, it could be slags. And then this is how the curing is done. You can do the needle compaction, and you can get a beautiful, sub-base for creation of an embankment for the road work. This is also has been granted a patent, and this is in collaboration with Hindalco. The third one is, as I said, that the soils are becoming quite scarce. We don't have soil for construction. A beautiful example is, I was the consultant to AMNS Paradeep. They have a very ambitious project over here, where a lot of soil is required to create an industry. And this whole idea was started several years back when I was working for Hindalco at the Belgavi unit. I wanted to do slurry carbonation. And through slurry carbonation, I wanted to create minerals which are going to strengthen the slurry of the red mud. Now, gone are the days when people used to use the slurry disposal. Today, everybody is doing the, what do you call it, as a filter press. So you get semi-solid materials. And for that, we did some extra experiments to show that this philosophy still works, and CO2 can be utilized as a good sequestration material to create minerals, which could be very useful even for agriculture also. So what we did is, we took the filter feed, we took the slurries, and then we carbonated it. We sequestered CO2. And we also did the experiment with the what is known as synthetic flue gases. The synthetic flue gases come out of the stacks of the industry, because separation of CO2 is not so easy, though everybody talks about it. And so with AMNS and with another company, we are trying to do this experiment in the western part of the country, where we have acquired one well, and then we are using this carbon dioxide to do storage, that is known as carbon capture and storage. But this was the first experiment where the slurry was carbonated by using the carbon dioxide under ATM conditions, as well as the flue gas, which is coming out of the stacks. And what we could show here is that utilization is possible. So what you can observe here is that the pH decreases from almost 13 to it goes down to 8.5. So what in short has been done is you have created a material which is very much required for agricultural purpose. And this is a paper which one of my students, Dr. Dhanaraj, he is a faculty member at NIT Calicut now. And of course, Dr. Kapuri and Mr. Pandit, they were the part of the Hindalco team. So we have written and we have published this, how to synthesize different minerals which might be useful for agriculture purpose. So this passion continued for the neutralization, and I was trying to create a very big reactor out of it. This was the first attempt to create a small scale reactor to carbonize or sequester carbon dioxide in the slurry material which comes out of the processing units. And this is where the semi-solid bauxite residues were used, and they were carbonated by using CO2. So this device also we have patented, and now my wish is to create a very big reactor out of it, through which I can neutralize, or I can create man-made soils. And these soils are going to be useful for creating the infrastructure in the low-lying areas where the soil is very tricky. So in this series, we upscaled our experiment at Belgavi. And what we did is we took 1 meter cube of the sample, and this sample was also carbonized by using carbon dioxide. And this is where another startup might be launched by one of you. Collect the carbon dioxide, fractionize it, clean it, store it temporarily, and sell it in the market. Because very soon this is going to be a big business in the country in the name of net zero. So many industries are going to line up for you, and this is where we have to work together. We have taken some lead in this direction. The ultimate form of these experiments could be at the stacks of the red mud, which are lying here and there. So my wish was to neutralize the entire stack, and by designing the proper, injection system. So once you do this a mock test we did at Uttam, where we purged carbon dioxide into the material which is coming out of the alumina refinery, and we tapped the flue gas from the chimney itself, and then we performed these experiments. Quite interesting, quite encouraging results. Only thing is now this has to be demonstrated at a big scale. So moving on from here, not only the industrial waste, but the municipal solid waste is also becoming a major problem in city. So we were thinking of, how to solve the problem of both industrial as well as the municipal solid waste. And this is where we created several composites. And those of you who are interested should go to my website and see. We have done a lot of research on creating polymer composites out of red mud and the waste which is being produced by the municipalities and which remains undecoupled. So there is you have an internet here or no? Is there? So if you can click over here, there is a 2 minutes video which you can see. It shows you how a semi-automated system has been created.
You click on that?
I think I can't click on this. Somebody else has to click it. Yeah, just click it over here, please. Yeah, on this link.
Now click on the link.
Go back. Well, he has already shown you. Yeah, so just click over this link. Right now, we can produce the idea is to upscale is to approximately 8,000 to 10,000 bricks per day. These are going to be plastic bricks, and not the bricks where you use soil at all. No additives. Please remember, these are all green solutions. We don't want to add any chemical to it.
I think we'll have a look later. He's not able to do it.
So this shows you the complete process of how indigenized solutions can be given to mechanize a process and to get the tiles and the bricks out of it. This is something interesting, which we have done very recently for Hindalco. In fact, because the gravels and sands are quite in demand. So these are also synthetic plastic gravels. And now I'm seeing that there's a big market for these things. So yeah, I think you were talking about this only. So if you have these materials, you can see the different grades of the particles that we create. You can utilize them for various applications in industry as a filter material, as a leachate collection system for the landfills. Because about 350 landfills are going to be created in the country, which will be linear landfill. What we have today is all the dump sites. There's going to be a major rehabilitation of the landfill in the days to come. That's going to be another interesting startup, where somebody should come forward and take it up as a big challenge. This is my last passion, which I could take up with Mr. Daya. Mr. Daya is here from AMNS. You are trying to do something very exceptional, and you are trying to create soils for reclamation. What is the area of the land? 1,600 acres. 1,600 acres multiplied by 5.6, 5.8 meter reclamation. All right. So this was a challenge given. And if you have been to Paradip, you must have realized that there is a big ISCO unit which produces a lot of phosphogypsum.
about 90-meter high stacks are there, kilometers of the spread and the footprint. And the question is what to do with this. We have been talking a lot with the central government and ministers and this and that. Fortunately, we could do something which was very encouraging. So we did a mock experiment over there. And by using these materials, we could create a small loading pad. You must be seeing this. And this pad, to our delight, withstood at least one rains. And then we stopped our experiment. This is how it looks like. It's as solid as rock. And there was a myth that industrial waste cannot be utilized for infrastructure development, which fortunately we could break. So this journey continues, and those of you who are interested, I'll be very happy to handhold you. But these are the, professions and the business of the future. I'm very thankful for the Ministry of Mines for giving me these type of projects, which are very mind-boggling under the scheme of UAY. And then followed by MHRD at that time, now it is Ministry of Education, Government of India, Environment, and MOEFCC basically, Aditya Birla Group, Vedanta Group, Alcopine Group, and of course, AMNS. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I'll be very happy if I
Thank
can.
you, Dr. Singh. Thank you. A big round of applause. A wonderful presentation covering the whole gamut of red mud, and mostly worked on the Hindalco red mud. So probably there will be a question, but then we'll take it up at the break time. So thank you again. So now we have two important presentations. They are from international presentation. One will be by Dr. Themis, and the next will be Dr. Andrei Panov. So the first one will start. Themis, are you able to listen me?
Hello, I hear you very well.
Themis, are you able to listen me?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Okay, we have a
I can
recorded
hear you.
video presentation of Themis, and he will be online to answer any question, of course. So I would request the organizer to start presenting, but before that, a short introduction of Dr. Themis. He is a mining and metallurgy engineer with a PhD in thermodynamics from National Technical University of Athens. He's from Greece. He has been a researcher at NTUA Laboratory of Metallurgy since 2008, focusing on sustainable process development, CO2 mitigation, and resource efficiency. He has managed several large-scale research projects, and mainly on bauxite residue valorization. And then with over 90 publications, 1,300 citations, and high index of 19. He is a recipient of TMS Light Metal Award in 2017. And 2022 onwards, he is a director in the IXOBA board and is my colleague, like I am also in associate with IXOBA. And he is now also an assistant professor in NTUA. So now I request the organizer to start his video presentation.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my presentation on bauxite residue handling and reuse practices and research at Mytilineos Alumina Refinery. I am Ephthimis Balomenos, and I will be presenting to you the research going on at Mytilineos during the course of the removal project. The removal project was a European-funded collaborative research project. But first, a few words about the refinery. As you can see in this picture, Mytilineos Industrial Complex, Agios Nikolaos plant, is actually one of the last vertically integrated alumina and aluminium plants in the world. We mine Greek bauxite in the mountains behind the plant, and then we process it in our alumina refinery, producing 860,000 tons of alumina. About half of that we use in our aluminium smelter to produce 190,000 tons of primary aluminium, and the rest of the alumina is shipped to other customers. The industrial complex also has its own power and heat cogeneration power station, which is integrated in the process. But as you all know, the value chain and the production process of bauxite is not as simple as bauxite, aluminium. You also have a major byproduct, which is the bauxite residue, the part of the ore that we did not dissolve during the Bayer process. In the case of Mytilineos, we process mainly the Greek karstic bauxite. It's a hard bauxite, mostly diasporic in nature, 50 to 60% aluminum oxides, 20 to 30% iron oxides. This leaves us with a bauxite residue that you can see has 40 to 45% iron oxides, 20 to 25 alumina, 8 to 10% calcium oxide being added, of course, during the karstic bauxite digestion. So for every ton of aluminium, primary aluminium produced in this way, 1.8 tons of bauxite residue are co-produced. Yeah, what do we do with the bauxite residue? So we have an annual production that has been growing from 800 to 850,000 tons per year on a dry basis. Since 2012, 100% all of the bauxite residue is filter pressed and then is stored in the bauxite area, storage area that you see in this picture, which is located just behind the plant. Mytilineos was actually one of the first European plants to use filter pressing in bauxite residue. The process started as a pilot campaign in 2006 and eventually worked its way up to a full production of bauxite residue being filter pressed and stored as you see in the picture. What is good about this storage is that rehabilitation can follow directly as the stockpiles gets higher and higher. So you can already see some of the planes here being rehabilitated. This is actually a rather old picture. The pile is bigger now. So each year we also have the additional reuse of bauxite residue. Since we have the bauxite residue in a dry form, we were able to start to reusing it in other industries, namely the cement industry, where currently we are sending 100,000 tons of bauxite residue each year to 4 to 5 cement plants in Greece and Cyprus. The transport takes place in small ships, up to 3,000 to 5,000 tons, and the bauxite residue is used as a clinker raw mill substitute to the effect of 1 to 2% weight. But the goal is not to leave behind a big stockpile of bauxite residue. Rather, it is to bring value and use the resources that are hidden inside the bauxite residue. So this was the main reason for starting the removal project, which started way back in 2018 and was funded by the European Commission by 11.5 million euros. And as you can see, it had a big consortium of partners led by Mytilineos. It included other refineries in Europe like Rio Tinto, Ogenis, Alum in Romania, as well as the European Aluminium Association and the International Aluminium Institute, and was complemented by many research and technology organizations, either universities or SMEs, as well as end users like Heidelberg Cement, Rockwool, Acciona, and so on. Yeah, the main idea of the removal project was to pull together known technologies, because in literature you will find hundreds, if not thousands, of patents and papers concerning bauxite residue, but you will not find any technological solution that has been implemented in practice, save for reuse in cement industry and the occasional use in iron production. So what was our idea was to pull these standalone solutions, to pull them together, create new flow sheets that can bring holistic valorization approaches to bauxite residue. And we want to increase the use of other byproducts, so treat waste with waste. We want to recover critical elements, trace elements inside bauxite residues. We want to develop marketable products, especially when discussing building applications, and we want to customize the solution to the industrial ecosystem of its alumina plant, because the killer of all these technologies is logistics, right? And in the end, you need to find the mix of technologies that will give you a solution that is viable for the vicinity of your own alumina plant. The main mantra of the project was near zero waste processing and near break-even flow sheets. The blueprint of the project, if you want, is summarized in this picture. I won't stay long so we don't lose too much time, but the idea is that you have different technological nodes that can be combined or can work independently and producing different products which are tested by various end users. So we start with the first technology, which could be a pre-treatment or it could stay as a technology on its own, calling it de-alkalization of bauxite residue. A simple technology. You process bauxite residue with milk of lime at a temperature from 85 to 95 degrees for some hours, and you end up with a new bauxite residue. We call it de-alkalized bauxite residue and a soda solution. You can see a small-scale pilot done at Mytilineos, and to the right, a large-scale pilot done at Oginis Alumina in Ireland. The bauxite residue, starting with a 4% soda. This was the Greek bauxite residue. After 6 hours of treatment with lime, ended up having 0.4% soda and had increased its lime content to 21%. At the same time, the liquid solution coming out of this reactor had now 14 grams per liter of soda. The larger pilot at Oginis treated more than 25 tons of bauxite residue, producing equal amounts of de-alkalized bauxite residue. The material was sent to different research and commercial organizations for testing in cement application, geopolymers, brick slips, and so on. The soda that was recovered could be returned to the Bayer plant. And this technology was tested successfully in lab scale for 7 different bauxite residues from Europe and beyond. Another technology developed by Acciona and piloted at Oginis Alumina was the production of a sub-base for roads. And here we want to take bauxite residue plus bauxite residue sand, or if the refiner does not produce bauxite residue sand, it could be limestone as an aggregate, and then fly ash and blast furnace slag. So here we combine more wastes and we come up with a mixture that after 28 days can achieve 33 megapascal in strength, compression strength. This is suitable to be used as a sub-base for heavy traffic roads. So the pilot took 500 tons of waste at the BRDA of Oginis Alumina and made a road. Here you can see a picture of how the road substrate was laid down with an asphalt waterproofing and limestone surface layer. And you can see there were specific sump holes, so you could take periodically test waters and see if there's any heavy metal leaching. This was a very easy to deploy solution. In the smaller picture, you can actually see the road that was built, right? It was, I think, half a kilometer of road, which is used by heavy trucks. And there has been an ongoing constant monitoring of the various samples. And so far, there has been no negative results in terms of heavy metal leaching from the substrate. Another technology was to transform bauxite residue into a lightweight aggregate. Here you have ZAC, an SME in Germany, that has a patented process whereby they use their own processing and additives plus 90% bauxite residue, and they transform into this new product that they call Smart Spheres, which is essentially a lightweight sand. You can see the close-up picture. This material complies with what is considered in EN norms a lightweight material. right? And it can be mixed with other waste as well, like fly ash, to increase waste reuse. That's why you get different colors, as you see on the second picture. This material, more than 2 tons, was made from this material and using 2 different bauxite residues, and it was tested for lightweight concrete applications. Here the test was done by Acciona. You see they made a slab which had inside this smart spheres, and you can see the compressive strengths and densities of the slab, which was actually outperformed traditional lightweight concrete slabs. Moving forward, more complex processing technology developed at the KU Leuven University in Belgium. So we take 70 to 90% of bauxite residue, add fluxes, go to a high temperature of 1200 or 1300, and we essentially vitrify the bauxite residue, make a glass, an amorphous glass out of the bauxite, of those bauxite residue. Now this VBR afterwards acts like a binder, and it can be combined with different materials to provide us different products. So if you want to make a geopolymer, you just add alkalis and water, and you can get something that has even up to 130 megapascal of compressive strength. If you add OPC and alkalis with a VBR, you get a hybrid cement. And if you want to be more conservative, you add OPC, standard clinker, VBR, and water, and yet a blended cement, right? Something that can be used directly in current markets. So all these were tested by KU Leuven and by other partners in the project like Acciona and Heidelberg. And here is the process. There were 2 different processes piloted. One used vitrification in a top-blown rotary converter that you see in the pictures below. This is facilitated by the Aachen University in Germany. So the researchers first made some granules, bauxite residue, fed them into the furnace, then water granulated the molten phase and milled it and had the VBR. Another test of this technology was done at the Mytilineos pilot plant, where we dried the materials in a rotary kiln, fed them into an EF, where they were smelted at higher temperature, thus producing also an iron phase, but not full iron recovery. The process wants that you keep iron +2 into your slag, into your vitrified BR. Water granulated the slag, milled it, and again produced a VBR or a VBR slag if you want. So with these materials, several products were made. Blended cement was tested by Heidelberg Materials, I'll come to that later. Lightweight aggregate cement was tested by Acciona. Hydraulic bonded materials were tested by Acciona, and precast applications like this nice bench were made by KU Leuven and Resourceful, which also used this material to make brick slips, facades for buildings. Moving forward to smelting, to more metallurgical applications, we took bauxite residue, added fluxes and coke, and made pig iron with higher silicon content for ferrosilicon production plus a slag. This was initiated by Elkem in Norway. They tested more than 8 tons of bauxite residue to produce over 16 tests in their test EF, 700 kilograms of pig iron and almost 2 tons of slag. They achieved a maximum silicon content of 3.3 weight%, which is very good for producing ferrosilicon alloys as the source of iron in ferrosilicon alloys. It's important that you don't have titanium in your ferrosilicon. That's why they limit the process to not the full conversion of silicon of the bauxite residue, but a portion of it, so you don't also reduce titanium alongside. Still, the resulting pig iron in these conditions is suitable to be used for ferrosilicon production. It's also suitable to be used as gray iron production, which was also tested at Elkem foundries. Now, the smelting campaigns were upscaled even more at Mytilineos to produce mass amounts of slags for various partners in the project. So here you see we treated 3.4 tons of bauxite residue to produce VBR, so a low iron recovery recipe where we don't add enough carbon to reduce all the iron. 1.7 tons of slag produced through this process was sent to KU Leuven for use in the application we showed before, and also to Heidelberg Cement. Heidelberg Cement testing this for a supplementary cementitious material in hybrid cements, and coming up that it can be used up to 30% clinker replacement. Then larger amounts were produced in a recipe where we extracted all the iron and produced also slag. This slag was sent to Aachen University for leaching, and also to Rockwool for test for mineral wool production in an actual mineral wool production plant. The result being that this slag can be used up to 10% charge substitution for mineral wool production. But we also did a more comprehensive metallurgical flow sheet where we wanted to extract iron and alumina from the bauxite residue. And here, with the research done at the National Technical University of Athens and the piloting at Mytilineos, we were able to show first the reductive smelting of bauxite residue with adding only lime as a flax to produce pig iron and a calcium aluminate slag. This calcium aluminate slag, which had very specific phases for calcium and alumina, was lit with sodium carbonate, producing a PLS solution with sodium aluminate and leaving behind a calcium carbonated residue, which we call gray mud. These can be used as a soil fertilizer as well as other applications. Then the PLS can be treated with CO2 gas to precipitate alumina out of the solution and have your final product. So we produced 300 kilograms of slag, which we crushed down to minus 500 micrometers. And then we made the leaching in our pilot plant at Mytilineos, 70 degrees, 30 minutes retention time, filter press to separate solids from liquids. So from 300 kilograms, we produced close to 3 cubic meters of PLS. You can see the composition of the PLS, almost 13 grams per liter of alumina and 55 grams per liter of soda. And the gray mud left over was mainly calcium carbonate with some silica and some undissolved alumina and titanium. Now, the PLS then went for the precipitation, where we added CO2 gas, effectively neutralizing the solution from pH 13 to pH 11, and facilitating the precipitation of hydrated alumina, most of it being biorite, but some gibbsite as well, that you can see in the picture there. Taking one step further at NTUA, we also the recovery of scandium was studied. So scandium in this whole flow sheet has been following the slag phases all the way to the gray mud. It has been slightly enriched, getting now to 0.02 weight% in the residue in this gray mud. So the process developed for leaching scandium had two steps. In the first step, a mild hydrochloric acid leaching removes most of the calcium in the soda, leaving the scandium further concentrated in the solids. And then a more aggressive leach takes out all the scandium, 75% of the scandium actually, leaving behind a siliceous perovskite residue. And the metal chloride solution that has been produced from this now contains almost 30 milligrams per liter scandium. This is a very good solution for scandium recovery, especially if you think that the process that we have developed for direct extraction of scandium from the bauxite residue by leaching does not cannot produce a PLS with more than 14 milligrams per liter of scandium, right? So we have, the overall scandium extraction is limited to about 25%. So these are much better numbers, and they have been tested with ion exchange resins. You see three resin tested there, with two of them having near 100% extraction rates from the PLS and achieving absorption capacities almost 1/3 higher than the ones achieved from the direct leaching, the scale, as we call it, PLS of the bauxite residue. So I said in the beginning, we want to combine things. So if I combine 2-3 technologies here, I can make a nice metallurgical flow sheet where I take 1 ton of bauxite residue already in the washers. I add lime and do the dealkalization to recover about 20 kilograms of soda from each ton of bauxite residue. Then I take this dealkalized bauxite residue, and if I don't give it to cement plants, which they will like a lot, I can put it in my electric arc furnace with coke. I don't need to add lime. I add all the lime in the first step. I just add the coke, and then I produce 300 kilograms of pig iron per ton of bauxite residue and the calcium aluminate slag. This goes into my hydrometallurgical plant where I leach for the alumina and precipitate the alumina with CO2 that I can capture from my electric arc furnace, producing a hydrated alumina product, 200 kilograms per ton of bauxite residue. And I have the leftover gray mud, which I can either use as an inert building material, aggregate, or I can go into the scandium production business, which I showed you before, producing about 55 grams of scandium per ton of bauxite residue. Our previous achievement was close to, with the direct leaching of scandium from bauxite residue, was just about 17 grams of scandium per ton of bauxite residue. In the same project, we also looked into gallium extraction, not from the not from the bauxite residue. It does not make much sense to go from there. It makes more sense to go from the Bayer liquor. But instead of going the traditional ion exchange route, we went for solvent extraction. This was done by MUD. So they made 2 circuits. The first extracted the gallium from the spent Bayer liquor with small losses of aluminum and soda. And the second one purified the concentrate produced from the first one to remove residual aluminum and soda and end up with a 99% pure gallium product. So the project did set out, achieved all what it set out to do. Initially, we would like to have produced ferrosilicon directly with bauxite residue, so directly in the silicon reduction furnace to add bauxite residue, but this resulted in high titanium in the alloys, so we had to go for the pig iron rich in silicon, which I explained before. We were also able to extract titanium dioxide rutile from the slag, but this flow sheet could not go for any other type of recoveries like alumina or rare earths, so we abandoned this idea. And in parallel to all of this, we also did a lot of work in industrial recommendations and policy changes that we need to apply in Europe if we want to get these technologies off the ground. Some of this are mostly focused on the European environment. So we have this need for end of waste criteria to be able to process and move bauxite residue from one operating plant to a processing site. We have REACH, which is another headache. If you're going to make a new product out of bauxite residue, eventually you will come up against REACH registration. But we also have some things that are, let's say, go beyond the European framework, and I think are applicable to all sides of the world. So awareness and social acceptance of end users needs to be increased. Industrial symbiosis needs to take place, and somehow end users need to have incentives to take up bauxite residue instead of virgin raw materials. So a cement plant can find limestone for very cheap and very easily, but it should have an incentive to prefer to take the gray mud I showed you before over the virgin limestone. And I mean, this incentive has to be not only about environmental footprint, but it has to translate to some market benefits. Yeah. So coming up to my last slide, after 5 or more years of flow sheeting in this project, we can definitely say that we have technologies for valorizing bauxite residue. We have demonstrated industrial pilot scales, they work. Some policy changes could help us to promote these technologies, but we also inspected very thoroughly the economics of all these flow sheets, and many cases were far from attractive, right? And also, landfilling is always cheaper and legally safer option if you take into account potential liabilities when you're putting your bauxite residue into a new building product and putting it off into a market. So how do we go a step forward from that? Well, the one thing is we need to incentivize use of secondary raw materials. I made this point already. The second one is one that hits closer to home, meaning the aluminium value chain, the aluminium industry as a whole family. Every smelter in the world has more or less declared that by 2050 there will be producing green aluminium, meaning aluminium with zero CO2 waste. But I say if you want to produce green aluminium, you need to be using green alumina. And green alumina does not mean only CO2 free alumina, but it also means bauxite residue free alumina. Okay, so if the industry can give a premium for selling green aluminium, can get a premium for selling green aluminium, then it should also pay a premium for purchasing green alumina, meaning that this premium would make all the flow sheets, the economic flow sheets of these technologies become viable, right? And that is a very simple way, very hard to implement, but simple way to get rid of all the bauxite residue with technological processing. So thank you very much for your attention. As I said before, this was a collaborative project with many partners. You see here just 2 pictures, the beginning in 2018 and the end 2023. Many more faces are missing from these pictures, but still, on behalf of the entire consortium, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Themis. A big round of applause. Oh, he's here. So very interesting, and your presentation, we could find that your involvement in whole Europe with different companies for different technological processes. So now the house is open for some of the questions. Is right here. I would now call upon any audience who wants to ask some questions, please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Themis. We congratulate you on your excellent job going on. I would like to understand the extraction of alumina you explained about that 200 kgs can be taken out of 1 ton of bauxite residue. How far it is commercially you are looking at scaling up, feasibility? Thank you.
Yes. We've done some feasibility studies in removal, and this combined flow sheet. I leave out scandium because, let's say, not to go into exotic, stay with what is pragmatic for alumina industry today, is to recover soda, to recover pig iron, and to recover alumina. So these 3 products together will not break even, including the capex of the investment and so on, will not make a positive NPV, if you want, with the prices that we had at that point. So we needed a bit higher prices in pig iron, a bit higher prices in soda, perhaps. But most importantly, this is to be expected. We start with a material that is very poor for both iron extraction and alumina extraction, right? You cannot compete financially with virgin raw materials that technologies have been developed for them, and put next to it the bauxite residue. We know that in terms of producing iron from bauxite residue, this is a 40% iron concentrate for iron source, whereas the iron guys will start with a concentrate that will be evolved into 95% or 90% iron oxide. So there can be no direct comparison financially, right? And in alumina, of course, we are doing a process that is similar to an older version of the Bayer process with sodium carbonate. But again, we are starting with a bauxite, if you like, with 20% alumina. So what good are our chances? What you need to do to make these technologies viable is change in the Excel that we were playing around with, the number where we're discussing the avoidance of the bauxite residue landfill cost, right? So at the given model, we had a price there saying 3 euros per ton. So that currently we are paying 3 euros per ton as costs to landfill the bauxite residue. Okay. Now, if this cost grew in size, right, by a factor of 10, then the whole investment starts to be more realistic. And how can this number grow by a factor of 10? Well, I'm not suggesting that somebody come and tax us and drive the industry to the ground. No, I am suggesting that somebody that is buying our alumina agrees to pay a premium if the alumina comes without bauxite residue. So if you want green alumina, which is necessary if you want to produce green aluminium, you should pay a small premium, about 10% of the alumina price, that will help that will go into the valorization of bauxite residue. Given the price that you're selling the green aluminium, this premium, this extra 30 euros per ton or $30 per ton or even $50 per ton is not such an insane amount. So that is my view on how this can happen.
Thank you, Themis. Anyone else want to ask something? Yeah, please come forward. One more question, Themis.
Sure.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Actually, may I know what is the actually output of sodium chloride and calcium chloride output per ton of red mud you actually during the processing of scandium? And what is the actually utilization of that sodium chloride and calcium chloride?
What we in that flow sheet was developed in lab scale. So we have a first stream of calcium and sodium chloride that we have not really looked into what we will do with it. Afterwards, the route for scandium extraction is well known, and the effluents also can be looked at. This calcium and sodium chloride, well, we did discuss maybe that there will be some electrolysis process to recover the calcium into calcium oxide, making lime-free CO2, free calcium oxide production. But we've never tested this. That was just ideas.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so Themis, these are the questions. Just I have a very quick question for you.
Sure.
Like all your presentations and work are based on the European aluminum with containing about 40% iron oxide. Now, in this part of the world, we produce a bauxite residue where the iron oxide is about 60%. So do you think there will be a change in the economics?
Yes, it will be more favorable, but still producing only iron will not be competitive, right? You will produce more iron per ton of processing, so your OPEX goes down. This is very good, but we will still not be competing with the iron producer, the steel producer. So yes, it's very good that you have more iron.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
A big round of applause again from Perth Image.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
You be patient now. Andre will speak. So
Yes.
let's hear from the next speaker. Dr. Andre Panov. He is the Director of Engineering and Technology at Alumina, that is Rosal Engineering and Technology Center. He has 28 years of experience in the alumina production, bauxite, and alternative raw materials. And expertise span technology, improvement, new process development, metallurgical alumina, special products, minor metal recovery, residue valorization. And he has led the R&D projects and provided technical support for bauxite and alumina plant across more than 10 countries with Rosal Group, and a chemical engineer from St. Petersburg Institute of Technology. And he is also a PhD holder. And he is also a recipient of TMS Award 2 times. And now I invite Dr. Andre Panov. I mean, the organizer can play his video recording presentations, and he is there. He will answer after the presentation.
Good afternoon. Namaste, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this very important seminar and workshop on red mud utilization. It's a pleasure to participate in technical exchange about the bauxite residue use. And I hope with our cooperation, it will be good breakthrough and technical development in the industry. Holi Ka Mubarak hai, and greetings with the Holi festival which took place recently, and I'm also happy to show you some colors in my presentation. So I will speak about extraction of scandium and yttrium oxides from bauxite residue. And to introduce myself, I'm Andrei Panov. I work 28 years in alumina production. My main specialty is bauxite characterization and alumina production, different products and different routes. And I represent Rusal company. Rusal is one of the biggest global producers and the biggest in the world outside China. Remarkably, 90% of the aluminium produced with hydropower, which makes it about 20% of the world's low carbon aluminium production, and the brand LO is created. Together with low carbon aluminium, we work on the decarbonization, and one of the beauties of the process I will present is in the fact that the CO2 is combined with red mud during our technology, and we definitely increase the value by extracting the scandium from the residue. So there are different bauxite deposits in Russia, and these amounts are quite big, about 1 billion tons. And we have 3 main deposits in the north of Russia, which is Suber, esteber, and sober. They are bomitic and diasporic karstic bauxite. And as you probably know, the karstic bauxites contain higher amount of scandium compared with the tropical bauxite. And we have also two alumina refinery, each one of about 1 million ton production, located in the Urals and using these bauxites. And in fact, at one of such plants, we have the pilot unit about which I will share with you. There are three types of the minerals which contain scandium in the bauxite. Most of the scandium in our bauxite is bound with the diasporan bomite, which makes it soluble in subsequent leaching process we have. And about 30% is associated with hematite and goethite, iron minerals. In many other red muds that we studied globally, the predominantly part of scandium is located with iron, within iron minerals, which makes it not so good for our process, but we are quite lucky. And about 20% of scandium is associated with zircon. And we can say that yttrium concentration is much higher than scandium, maybe 3 times. So if you select a technology to treat your bauxite residue to extract scandium oxide, then the scandium associated with alumina minerals can be easily extracted in sodium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate environment, which we do. This is basis of our technology. And then if you have scandium mainly in iron and titanium minerals, you shall use acid for extraction of scandium from such residue. And the acid gives a lot of complication. And we know that all the processes using acids are not commercially applied at the moment. Some kind of issues. So the next slide gives the bird view, the overall snap about relation of our technology with main alumina refinery process. So basically, when we designed our technology, we focus that we should use the same streams. We should avoid the acid use for extraction of scandium. So you can see that we use the sodium hydroxide solution from refinery. We use the bauxite residue from the refinery. We use the CO2 to improve the pH and to have it sodium bicarbonate. And then we leach our scandium from our bauxite residue. And then we return the carbonate streams back to the refinery. Thus, it doesn't require any major new streams. And basically, it's harmonically related with the refinery. As I said, we also capture the CO2 and the calcium containing minerals in the residue is accumulating the CO2 and chemically bounding it. So per 1 kilo of the scandium oxide, about 1.8 ton of CO2 is captured. Rusal is a pioneer of this technology in the world. So, in fact, we started our work developing technology with understanding how the different phases influence how their behavior in the Bayer process, in fact, influences the scandium activity in the Bayer process. So in our refinery, the digestion is about 230 degrees. And that is why when the diasporan bromate dissolved, the scandium contained therein is leached, is digested, and then reprecipitated and sorbed on the surface of bauxite residue. And also the small crystal of zircon also break down during digestion, and yttrium, hafnium, and scandium, thorium, and other earths contained therein are also precipitated and sorbed on the surface of bauxite residue. And hematite is inert, as we know, and so the scandium located in the iron minerals is not available for our technology, and our technology is in fact taking whatever is reprecipitated during the bioprocess. So we have done the modeling experiments, and we found out how the different phases like DSP, hydrogarnet, hematite interact with scandium during the digestion of alumina in the bar process, and what forms are made, what phases are formed during this process, and then later what is the efficiency of scandium extraction. So in our sodium bicarbonate leaching, so we understand that most of the new phases are really extractable, and it can be redigested in our new conditions for scandium extraction. So the new information is that earlier it was believed that only oxyhydroxide of scandium is formed, but now we understand that there are different other phases as well are formed. And the yttrium are yttrium hydroxide is also formed while redigestion of these items from red mud. This is the overall process flow sheet, and this is quite simple. So first of all, the red mud is being activated and leached with the sodium bicarbonate solution. Then we used high alkalic spent liquors from alumina production. After some purification, we precipitate of scandium containing aluminium hydroxide here, and this aluminium hydroxide is then leached with sulfuric acid. We leach scandium and yttrium and some rare earth metal. Then the aluminium hydroxide returns back to alumina refinery, and the sulfuric acid leachate goes to our purification step. And then purification step, again, we use caustic to reprecipitate the scandium hydroxide. And then we also use 2 stages of purification with ammonium sulfate. So in general, we can say that this flow sheet allows us to recycle all the friendly streams back to alumina production, and all the acidic streams are neutralized as well. And these are in very small quantities, which doesn't give us any issues in alumina refinery. So we have piloted our technology in one of the refineries called BAS, Bogoslovsk Alumina Refinery. And we found out that, in fact, we need some pretreatment of the bauxite residue, because the bauxite residue has some structure with synthetic flocculants. It also can be hardening during filter press, because initially when we get our residue, we have to remove all the media from the washer, all the caustic, and then we use our own sodium bicarbonate, recycled liquor inside of this process. And that is why we, in order to avoid these problems of the secondary losses, we do the activation. And the activation we do with the CO2. And here we use a flue gas. The flue gas is free, so the technology is quite cheap. So we use bauxite residue, we use a flue gas, and very small amount of reagents. So the first step makes us the scandium oxide in reactable form and not hindered by this reaction of the secondary phases, hydrogarnet and DSP. So what we do here is we found out that during activation of sodium and sodium bicarbonate digestion, we have very high extraction ability of different minerals. And this is based on the total scandium, which makes us a very good extraction in this unit. Because some part of scandium, as I said, is located with, is associated with iron, which is not extractable by this technology. So when we extracted the scandium from the red mud in the sodium bicarbonate liquor, we add the alkaline aluminate liquor, green liquor. And with this, we have a precipitation of aluminum hydroxide. And scandium is being sorbed and captured at this new surface. And some other elements which we extracted are also get in the solid phase. So basically, this is a co-precipitation on the aluminum hydroxide carrier. And this is the method which, in fact, for us, it replaces the resin sorption. So we also tested the resin sorption before, and we found out that working with resin, it's more complicated than working with this aluminum hydroxide sorbing agent. So after we have the aluminum hydroxide, we measure scandium oxide concentration. It's up to 4%. And then it means that we concentrated with 500 factor from the initial bauxite residue. As you can see in the XRD analysis of this primary aluminum hydroxide, there are no any phases containing titanium, zirconium, and yttrium as they're X-ray amorphous. But you can see that scandium aluminum hydroxide has very good filtration ability and have there are no other phases, no other impurities which go together. Then we subject this primary aluminum hydroxide, scandium aluminum hydroxide, with leaching of sulfuric acid, and it allows us to leave aside this amount of impurities. Iron, titanium, zirconium, silica, and alumina mostly are left with the filtered cake, which is returned to alumina production. But we still have to rid of yttrium, thorium, hafnium, and other rare earths, which go together with scandium in the liquor. Then we use precipitation of the scandium hydroxide with alkali. We reduce the thorium and vanadium with barium chloride. And here we also have very good extraction of scandium. There are no losses of the scandium. Later, we use the ammonium method to separate scandium from yttrium and other rare earths. Because of the different solubilities of double scandium ammonium sulfate and the sulfates of yttrium and other rare earths. So we precipitate this insoluble compound, scandium ammonium sulfate. We filter it, and then we produce the scandium. We convert to the scandium oxalate, and there are still some NH4 groups remain, and that is why we obtain a little different structure of scandium oxide, as shown on the lower picture, compare with conventional scandium oxide as produced by other companies, can show on the lower, on the higher picture. But there is no issue of processability of our scandium oxide at the customer. So what to do with the leachate after precipitation of the scandium oxalate or scandium vanadium sulfate? This has some kind of rare earths. As you can see, quite low thorium. So thorium we read of on the before stage. And when we precipitate the rare earths containing within this step, we have quite good and rich concentration of the yttrium and other rare earth metals, which we can further use. So as a conclusion, I could say that Rusal has pioneered the technology to extract scandium oxide from the bauxite residue. We are able to produce the 2N scandium oxide, which is good for our customer. And the customer already produce, this customer is an internal Rusal customer, and they already produce some product made of aluminum scandium alloys, and the prototypes of the tanks for the liquid gas, the tanks, also the wagons for railway, and several other applications like boats and other applications for aluminum scandium alloys. And we have the pilot at one of our refineries, so the technology is quite proven. And the advantage of this technology is one of the advantages is cheap, because we don't use any much of the reagents, and all of the liquors are taken from aluminum refinery and returned back. And the CO2 we also use that reduces the carbon footprint of the main alumina production, and also makes some neutralization of the residue which we leave out. In fact, we also can produce the yttrium concentrate, and this is a byproduct of our technology. And very importantly, that this technology does not utilizes the bulk of the residue, but it creates some revenue streams in form of scandium oxides and other products, which could enable us to use the residue in other applications. And also, as I said, the residue have been neutralized by the CO2. And now we are building the commercial production of the scandium oxide. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you enjoy my presentation. As I always say in India, jago jago. So I hope nobody is asleep and enjoyed my presentation. Thank you so much, and I'm ready to answer any question you have.
Thank you, Andre. Everybody is jago
Welcome.
jago. So some questions, if from the audience. Yeah, you know Binuta madam.
Andre, how are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, I hope
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah. And now, from your presentation, we could see that your starting scandium oxide was around 350 ppm in bauxite residue, if I remember correctly.
Yes, up to, but the average level may be 140.
Okay. Now, suppose, I mean, in our redbird, we have scandium oxide, say, less than 50 ppm or 40 ppm. So, will the process, what you have described, is going to work and be economically viable?
Probably it's very challenging, but it depends on the how much is extracted during the process. So it can be only tested and established during the experiment.
Okay, okay, thank you.
So any other questions? Okay. So there are no more questions, but and I just want to ask one more question. Like how far you have gone for this scandium extraction? Have you commercialized?
At the moment, we are establishing the commercial production unit, and that would be approximately maybe 7% of the world scandium oxide production. So we have something like 1.5 tons of scandium oxide. We are building this unit now.
Okay, so that's a quite ahead you have. Dr. Anupam will ask you a question.
Hi, Andre. How are you?
Hello, fine.
Good to see you after a long time. Just one question, like what's the percentage of diaspora and boehmite in your bauxite?
It's almost all alumina is represented in boehmite and diaspora.
But here we have most of the gypsite.
Yeah.
So that's a difference we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Anupam.
One more question, yeah.
Hi, Dr. Andrew. Good afternoon. Just I've gone through a nice presentation about the scandium extraction. Just want to know what is the leaching efficiency you have got in the first step during the digestion, the carbonate step. At what maximum we can go?
At the moment, we have about 50%, up to 50% is the maximum. And this relates to the fact that not all the scandium is available to us. But I think we're working to increase it up to 70% for the next 2 years.
Okay, but do you have any idea, like, or are you working on that, how to increase this efficiency?
Yes,
More
yes.
than... Thank you.
Some of the scandium oxide, which was bounded in the iron minerals, it's cannot be leached, but some we still work on the overall efficiency improvement.
Thank you.
So, okay. Another question. You have a lot of questions, and just wait.
Hi, Shivas here. Actually, that all you told that alumina, boehmite, and diaspora, that 50% of scandium is there. But how much is going to bare liquor during the leaching, and how much of that scandium is going to red mud? Is there any data is available?
Yes, the solubility of scandium in the regular bare liquor is very low. So all the scandium, while it is leached during the breakup of alumina-containing phases during the leaching, scandium goes in the solution but immediately precipitates in the phases which I show in my presentation. So we don't have any residual, it's a traces amount of scandium in the liquors of subsequent stages in the Bayer process, and all the way through to alumina, it's a very low ppms over there. So everything goes with red mud, but the forms of scandium is different. So some of the scandium is still associated with iron minerals which are not reacted, and some of the scandium is in the new phases, which was like reprecipitated during the digestion process. And these new scandium phases can be easily leachable by sodium bicarbonate leaching, as was shown by our works. And it doesn't require any acidic leach, which is more complicated, as we all know.
Okay, thank you. One more question. Your question? Okay. So now I think these are all the questions answered, and then there will be felicitations. But both you and Timis are away, so we cannot physically felicitate you. But we'll see how we will get the felicitation. We'll take you there during the Iksoba. Okay, but
thank you, Shukriya.
Thank you, Shukriya. Now the session will continue. If you want to continue, you can join online. Now this session is over, but we continue without a tea break. If somebody wants to go for 5 minutes out and come back, they can always go. Now there are some couple of 2 or 3 more presentations. And I request Binuta Madam to please conduct the session. And Binuta Patra, he was the in charge of R&D and Group General Manager, and she superannuated recently, couple of months maybe, and she's a chemical engineer from NIT, and MTech also from Sarang, if I remember. Yeah. So she will conduct the session, and she has so many publications, other things are there that everybody, all of you know. Madam.
Hello. So we'll wait for 5 minutes, all of you, or shall we start? Let's start. Okay. So this is the last session of this one-day workshop on red mud utilization. And in this session, we have 3 speakers. And what I can see, the speakers are going to present the papers on work carried out with NALCO on red mud. So the first speaker is Dr. Sarada Prasad Das from CSIR IMMT. Dr. Das, floor is all yours. So let me just introduce Dr. Das, a brief introduction. Dr. Das is the Chief Scientist at the Mineral Processing Department, CSIR IMMT, Bhubaneswar, with over 30 years of experience in mineral processing and metallurgy. He has worked extensively on decarbonization in the steel sector, beneficiation of lean grade ores, industrial waste utilization, and process optimization. He has led multiple industrial R&D projects, developed technologies for dephosphorization of iron ore, and contributed to steel plant waste utilization. So all the speakers will get 15 minutes for giving their presentation. So please try to finish your presentation in the scheduled time.
So thank you, Madam. Very good afternoon. Myself, Dr. S.P. Das, Chief Scientist in Mineral Processing Department, and also looking after the 4M team and also Research and Innovations Management Director of CSR IMT. And this topic, all of you totally, all the industries, exponents, captains, policymakers, and thinkers are all aware. That is how to holistically utilize red mud. And in this today's my focus, what I tailor-made in this is what is our approach? In what way we have tried to approach to completely utilize the red mud. So this is my overall outline, these problems and what way we are approaching and outcome and impact and way forward. Now, this is the commonalities in the problem that is being addressed everywhere. That is, that this is being one of the largest industrial byproducts in the modern society, very high pH and highly ultrafine in nature, and the global inventory is also very high, almost 3.5 billion tons. And also India is having also huge land share of red mud generation annually. And with this rising increase in this aluminum productions, as you can also envisage, how much it is going to impact this global red mud pollutions in the coming years. Now, if this is some of these major focuses in which this current focus on utilizing red mud is going on, as all you must be aware, that is mostly in soil amendments, then in construction areas like tiles and bricks, road constructions, and as pigment for paints, trapping of your greenhouse gases and water and sewage treatment. But today, till now, this world is still searching for, this world is still intrigued and perplexed because it hasn't gone to that level of commercialization in which it is expected to do that, so that then the world will get a recovery and relaxation from this global impact. Now, as I told you, my presentations, brief presentations, will be solely focused in which this the IMMT has envisaged to tackle this red mud, since this it's complex in nature, both in terms of you say about its fine particulate disseminations, or also its complex mineralogies, and in which all these valuable minerals are attached to each other. And this is the way we try to look at that from a critical point of view, how it can be recovered. So as you know that we made an unified approach. We are thankful to Niti Aayog for steering this, giving us advice and also taking it forward. And also all our industry partners and R&D partners like CSR NML, JNRDC, Hindalco, and NALCO and Vedanta. So in this way, this whole unified approach started in maybe somewhat from around 2020 onwards. Now this is this overall multi-pronged approach in which it was started by all the three R&D labs, JNRDC, CSR NML, and CSR IMMT. So if you can see here, this bauxite residue was first of all, it used to be deconcentrated by JNRDC, then one route is being followed by CSR NML. First of all, recovering the alumina through soda ash roasting and water leaching, then electric arc furnace producing the pig iron, and the slag again to be chemical treated to produce titanium and iron. And IMMT approach was something different. We tried to approach in a different way. We tried to do it first of all, the major quantum of material, that is iron, that is sitting in this red mud. We try to first of all take out the iron from the red mud in reduction, roasting, and magnetic separation processes. You can ask me, why did you do that? Because if you see here, whatever past experiences or our present experiences of recovering the iron value is that it is very difficult to recover this iron ore in conventional beneficial process. It will not respond to your gravity separation. It will not respond to your other magnetic separations or other flotation processes. So we try to find out what are that advantages that can be encased upon, so that we can try to find out this recover the iron out of it. So the first approach was to recover the iron through reduction, roasting, and magnetic separation processes, because as you all know that this iron that is present in this red mud is mostly in your acidic phase, where it contains a lot of LOI. But goethite cannot be recovered in your magnetic separation or any other processes. So this gives an opportunity, why not to convert into magnetic phases? Because best way is to convert from this goethite phase to magnetite phase. And whatever magnetite conversion will be there, that can be again separated, can be recovered either through magnetic separation, that will low intensity magnetic separation, almost 1500 to 2000 watts. So after reduction, roasting and magnetic separation, you can see here, one part is going as magnetic fraction, which will again go to electric arc furnaces produce pig iron. And whatever non-magnetic fraction that we are getting, that will again go through for recovery of alumina and through salt roasting and water leaching. And the residue that will be generated, that will again chemically treated through for recovery of titania and RE, especially scandium. So this was our plan to approach it the holistical ways. It's not working. So with this, the scope of work was that if you see the deliverables, so this was to at a scaled up level to pre-concentrate the RE, then the recovery of iron and the recovery of alumina, titania, RE, and then after that a complete master flow sheet where it will encompass all your major key performance parameter like your mass balance, your energy balance, and this total attributes that will go towards opening the door for scale up and commercializations. Okay. So what we did that we got 3 samples from Hindalco, Nalco, and Vedanta, almost 10 tons. But the samples itself, why I try to show the sample, because the samples are getting directly from the red mud pond that cannot be treated directly. It has to be processes. It has got its agglomeration forms, and it has got a lot of also your moisture content. So that needs to be again. Okay. So that needs to be again dried and pulverized. That has to be again de-agglomerated, because since it is ultra-fine in nature, most of the particles are in agglomerated condition. So you need to dry it and agglomerate it. Then we prepare the samples out of it. So this is with that, this is this overall characterizations in terms of your iron. With Nalco, Hindalco, and Vedanta, you can see that 50% and Vedanta almost 55% and Hindalco almost 42%. Alumina almost 18 to 20%. And most importantly, another part is this RE part. RE part mostly you can see here all your oxides form, mostly it is in 200 to 300 ppm. And this is the characterization studies also we did. Yes, and if you can see here, this is this total, this overall very clear-cut zoomed in view of the 3 samples of Hindalco, Nalco, Vedanta. As you go on increasing this iron also, you can see here how its texture is also changing. Now, yes, this is this main focus. If you can closely see it, this is this point where I wanted to bring your attention to. This has been an approach in which we started dealing with this red mud. First of all, the red mud processes through reduction, roasting, and magnetic separation processes. And this mag fraction generated that went for pig iron production, and the non-mag fraction that was generated out of it. Again, that was put through soda roasting and water leaching, then precipitation calcinations to recover the alumina value out of it. And this residue part containing the RE and titania, that was again treated through chemical and acid treatment and observed precipitation calculations to recover both titania and mixed oxide. So this is our approach in which we try to valorize this red mud. That was our approach. Now, the first and the foremost thing is this pelletization part, because compared to your natural iron ore, which is completely different. If you want to go for pelletization of raw iron ore and pelletization of this red mud iron ore is completely different. Because this red mud fines is completely ultra fines in nature. So this pellet that needs to be produced has to have a correct size, not to the size of, let's say, 12 to 15 mm, which goes for your iron production in normal DRI or electric arc furnaces. So we try to go for its micro pellet formation, not in bigger size, and also try to ensure that these pellets that will be produced, that not only has got the required strength to go through the further processing, but also have the required porosity, so that it will respond to further reduction processes. So we have got the disc pelletizer, and it produces the micro pellets, almost 2 to 5 mm in size. And yes, and this is the facility that we used. We micropellet that we produce. We added this with that non-coking coal, having very high ash also. That's here almost 30% ash, and fixed cannon also 30%. And we carried out a series of experiments through these rotative furnaces. And with the optimized temperature, we could able to go for the phase transformations. And after that, we put to its, after its magnetic separations, we try to recover the iron out of it. You can see this both mag fraction containing this magnetic part, and also the non-mag fraction. So in this way, the major fraction of iron that is initially there, that is being tried to recover out of that, so that the further processing of other valuables like your titanium and alumina and Re will be easier. And also, in addition to that, we also struck upon this, our team also worked out why not to, because also energy consumption is also one of the important aspects, because whatever process you need to develop, that process needs to go for scale up, and also the scale up processes should be also should attract to these startups or industries who are going to commercialize it. So energy part is also one of the important aspects. So whatever aspect you can try to reduce the energy consumptions, that is going to play milestone every incremental step. So we try to do that. Our group started, myself, Dr. Chinmay, and other groups also started thinking, why not what to do that? So you can see here, in this first processes, we are having this two-stage processes of reduction, roasting, and magnetic separations, followed by salt water roasting, water leaching. What we did is that in the subsequent processes, what we do to combine both the processes, reduction roasting process and salt roasting processes. So the two processes got combined, and there is also scope for energy reduction in these processes. A combined roasting processes in which we added this soda ash, and also going to the same temperature. One complete process was nullified. Then again, that was followed by non-mag fractions and water leaching residue, and again chemical treatment for titanium Re. So this was also given encouraging result for both efficient processes and improved product grade. So this was also one of these innovations or also new ideas that we thought upon. Now, if you see that coming to the overall recovery, if you ask me what is this total scenarios, just I want to give one slide. If you see here, we have not going by any industry, so we have divided into high iron bearing red mud and low iron bearing. High iron bearing means mostly Nalco and Vedanta iron ore, and low iron bearing red mud of Nalco. So we are getting a recovery of almost 52%, with a little bit lesser in Hindalco. Our target was to produce minimum of 60% Fe. The recovery could have been much more better, but we try to ensure that the product that we wanted to generate should at least meet a chemical assay or Fe grade that will require to your the feedstock for your blast furnace or your DRI. So that was the main purpose, and grade got on grade of minimum 60%. You can see here 59.4, 62.4, 62.6, and got an alumina recovery of almost 50%. TI2 also got an enrichment of in non-mag fraction of 83 to 82, but in compared to Hindalco, it was comparatively less. And as regards to this scandium concentration, which was also our one of the major focus, the increased scandium concentration in non-mag fraction was 37.5, 30, and Hindalco was almost more than double, 56% almost. And as I told you, since energy part also plays a major role, almost although we have got our own scheme of making this energy analysis, but we thought it proper to get it done through a BE energy certified auditor. I will also require in this group that why not, if you are doing the energy analysis, get it confirmed through this BE energy certified, because they are much more competent in doing the energy analysis compared to what we do. So we also approached one BE energy certified auditor, and also got it confirmed that the specific energy consumption for the single stage processes is almost 3.26 kilowatt per ton if we process 1 gigawatt. And that too, we did it for each process, taking into considerations all the unit operation, electrical energy, thermal energy, and so everything that we got almost 3.26. Yes. Now regarding the enrichment of RE in non-mag fraction, if you see here, there is two different fraction. If you see closely this, if you see the left side, left column of red bar, the non-mag fraction of 37.53 in scandium, and in the slag fraction, that was surprisingly contained very high amount of in this scandium, almost 170 milligram per kg ppm. Lanthanum similarly also 287, cerium 494, niobium 117. That means also your slag also containing a major amount of your also a lion's share of your RE, because slag amount is also comparatively low. That is why these were getting this higher ppm level. And as regards to the extraction of RE from the non-mag fraction, also you can see here the efficiency of separation, the extraction efficiency you will see here. Both compared to the left side is your low iron red mud, that is Hindalco, and the right side is your high iron red mud. It ranges from scandium is for 50% separation efficiencies, but in high iron red mud it is comparatively higher. Similarly, also for cerium is almost 80%. So for both, you can have a comparison of the separation efficiencies of RE from both high and low iron red mud. Now, having done all those exercises, what we try to do is that we are now having an integrated approach, because we are working in a team now. Both all these R&D labs, in R&D labs, and industry working. So now we are putting, going by this individual strength of all the different labs. Now we are merging to have an integrated approach, where you can see here this, we are also having this integrated approach of low iron red mud. On the right side, the orange one is high iron red mud. The first of all, we are doing is the alumina recovery by this. First of all, alumina will be recovered, where we will be generating this aluminum free residue, generating this aluminum beaker, and this aluminum free residue. Now it will be easy for us to, once this alumina is recovered out of that, we'll again process for this reduction roasting, followed by magnetic processes to produce mag fraction and non-mag fractions. The mag fraction has also been put through smelting, and this non-mag fraction and this slag fraction will again go for this RE and titanium recovery. And but if you can see here this high iron red mud, what we are doing is that first of all we are going for this magnetic separation, producing both MAC fraction and non-MAC fraction. And non-MAC fraction will be recovering aluminum processes again by the enamel. And after this aluminum is recovered, now it will be easy for you to combine both the work. And it will be done through smelting to produce both iron and slag that is enriched with iron and titanium. Sorry. Now this is this total approach, because in the short span of time it is difficult to cover all this. So our main purpose was to strategize or to sensitize all of you in what way IMT has been involved on the 3 years of our R&D journey for handling this 3 different reports. And we are thankful to Niti Aayog. From the very beginning, they have been very supportive and very careful guidance and also stewardship. And also we are thankful to our other participating labs, NML, JNRDC, and also our industry partners, NALCO, Hindalco, and Vedanta. So with this, thank you very much. Thank you.
A big round of applause for Dr. S.P. Das for that elaborate presentation on holistic utilization of red mud. Thank you very much. So next speaker is from Isavyasa Technologies Private Limited. He is Mr. D.P. Chakrabarti. Mr. Chakrabarti is an entrepreneur with over 20 years of experience across industries like bulk drugs, granite, industrial instrumentation, and water treatment. He is the managing director of Isavyasa Technologies Private Limited, focusing on chemical-free agricultural solutions, energy-efficient refrigeration, and power-saving agricultural pumps. He holds 85 patents and has presented his research at various conferences and institutions. Now the floor is all yours, Mr. Chakravarti.
Thank you, madam.
Another request is that you should try to finish your presentation in 15 minutes time.
I don't think I'll consume 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, all the dignitaries, CMD sir, other directors, and all the delegates. First of all, I'm very much thankful for NALCO for giving the patronage since more than a decade of time. Since we met in then CMD sir in 2013 with our founder director, Dr. Feroz Ahmad. We traveled a lot with NALCO, scaling up our technologies. Our deprodation is also scaled up here. Thanks for the opportunity. And we started working on red mud on the initiative given by NALCO in 2017-18, along with JNRDC. We started our work in 2017-18. So we have come out with an innovative process now, which is in commercial stage. This, what I can say is, we are going to consume 150 tons every day. And we have come out with a product called synthetic magnetic mineral composite, which we are naming it. And details are like this. So Isavyasa Technologies developed this technology. It is a DSIR recognized in-house R&D located in Hyderabad, Balnagar industrial area. And details are like this. So we have come out with a project now. It is to produce a material called synthetic magnetic mineral composite. It's more near to magnetite, because magnetite is a naturally available one, and we are synthesizing it. We are calling it as synthetic magnetic mineral composite. And we got the land allocated also in Pitamal industrial area. I'll go into details. So this is working on a nanotechnology based solution approach, which we are calling it as a magnetic carrier technology. So this is our teams who are working into this. Iraja Ecotic is a startup company which was set up to scale up this project and commercialize. And they are a team. And this company, our technology provider, Isavyasa Technologies, incorporated in 2005. We are located as this one. We are around 40 professionals and 30 engineers working. We are majorly into water treatment and building our own technologies. and doing turnkey projects. This is about our team, and we are 3 directors there. So this is a patent we got in last year for this commercialization of red mud. That is extraction of iron values from the red mud. So this is how to make 95% more enriched magnetite compound out of the red mud. That is the project. It's a completely dry beneficiation technology. We are not using anywhere water in the process. We are starting from the red mud. All this work is done from the thanks to NALCO from the Damanjodi material as a raw material source, and we are thinking that once this is done, it will bring down the dependency on further going for magnetic core and all. It's suitable for DRA solutions and all. And this is pitched properly with this is like this. We started now establishing the technology which is suitable for Hindalco Utkal aluminum bauxite. So that is the Hindalco material, and you can see the right from the conversion, how it is converting finally. The last one is the black turner, or this magnetite mineral composite, I am calling it. So there we are enriching the total FUO content into the final product more than 65%. How it is possible? As we are all aware that 25% of red mud is going to be the Fe2O3 hematite content. 26 to 28% depending on the raw material source. It is a goethite. Goethite is it is iron hydroxide form, which is preventing for commercialization of any of the technology. So what we could come out with innovation is under a special a reactor we made. In that, what I am doing is we are blending some nano material as a catalyst, nano catalyst, and heating it in a nano heating, another special kind of heating technique, where entire goethite is being converted into the oxide form. So in this process, what we are doing is we found that at certain temperature range, entire goethite is converted into magnetite Fe3O4, and majority of the Fe2O3 hematite content is also getting converted into magnetite. So this is a macro level. When we are starting with 150 tons, suppose this is the commercial mini pilot plant kind of thing I am establishing already in the Raigad area. Out of 150 tons which we are going to consume for conversion, at least 115 tons we are expecting it would be having more than 80% as a magnetite. Rest is going to be the hematite part. And non-magnetic part also is separated of 30%. So, of course, the proposal is completed and we applied for the land. And it is a commercial project. We are expecting the total production to be streamlined within 12 months from April 25 onwards. And this is the process, what I am doing it. We are starting with the red mud and we are pulverizing it. What we found is whether it is Utkal aluminum red mud or Damanjodi or Lanjigarh, usually the size of the material is going to be between some 100 to 150 microns. We are trying to bring it less than 50 microns by doing some kind of pulverization, size reduction. Then that will go into the reactor, which we are calling it as something like a mixing tank, where we are blending nano catalyst. That nano catalyst is something like it is acting as a seeding kind of material. And it will be processed through a heating technique. We call it as nano heating. It is a electromagnetic heating at certain kind of blending of different frequency currents. And it whole process of converting the goethite into magnetite and hematite conversion into magnetite is happening below 800 degrees centigrade. And at this moment, I have signed an NDA agreement with my funder, so I can't reveal until it is fully commercialized now. So at very low temperatures, entire goethite is converting and hematite is converting into magnetic path. So then you have that material which is coming as a black color magnetic mineral composite. So while working on this, we found that this is going to be completely environment friendly project. I am not using single drop of water anywhere. For me, for my process, whether it is having 11 pH or 14 pH, doesn't make any difference. Alkalinity is not going to be a hindrance for the process. So we are just making the size reduction and adding that nanomaterials, and this nano catalyst under certain conditions are doing the complete phase transition. And yeah, this is a very commercial project. Around we're expecting 50 people will get a job there. And first phase is 150 tons. We asked for about 10 acres of land, and phase 2 is going to be 1,000 tons per day, and 10,000 tons per day is the third phase of converting into, the total conversion into this material. So we found that where do you find the market for this? Coal washeries. Already I got almost, we may be signing in the month of April a complete buyback arrangement for a coal washery abroad to take this material as a substitute for the natural magnetite. Apart from that, this is the best material by doping some nano material. Again, I can say rare to make wonderful magnets. So magnet making ferrite course, we can make it out. This is purely is going to have predominantly magnetite. And steel making it can go because it is going to have total iron in the form of easily convertible into the steel making. So we worked out in the process now. Some more development, what happened is, interestingly, after working with Utkal Aluminium and trying to optimize the process, we found that with certain modification in the process, we can even converting into hematite also. So both hematite predominant mineral mixer is one product we are getting. Another product is magnetite predominant product we are getting. And we applied for around last years, but 7.5 acres is already being granted thanks to Odisha government. ITCO implemented it. And Hindalco has come forward, Utkal Aluminium. Thanks to the management, they agreed me to supply the material free of cost to the plant at Pithamal industrial area. So this project is about to start going for construction by next month onwards. And next, once I am able to separate out this magnetic fraction, the rest of left non-magnetic content is, we found it is having around 40% more is alumina, silica, titanium, other things are there. So now, after working since last 4-5 months continuously on the process, we could able to break out the phase transition one certain parameters where I can convert into predominantly more Fe2O3 hematite content one fraction, or just by adding more energy, converting into Fe3O4 predominant magnetite also. Both these things we are working out. A non-magnetic part extraction is under the process. And we are very confident that non-mag, which are going to be separated out, is going to give us an opportunity to build new products. That is this titanium extraction. Second is going to be the titanium sponge or ferro-titanium, whatever you call it. And Jindal has come forward. I'm working with Jindal Stainless also. They said they would be interested to buy back the entire titanium sponge which are going to come out of this. Ferrosilicon is also working on. And moreover, rare earth metal separation. This is already our team started working out. And CMP today has come forward, Coal India initiative, that they want to partner with me for a project of rare earth extraction out of this, as well as their RE metals also, their overburden of their mines. And interestingly, after showcasing these things, I'm hailing from Andhra Pradesh and combined Andhra Pradesh. Now it's Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh asked me, why don't you set up a commercial plant of utilizing this red mud and also other low-grade iron ore, other kind of things. So we simultaneously started working since last 6 months. And this is another initiative that around 2 million tons of iron mineral composite project is coming up near Visakhapatnam. The land is already identified. They asked, why don't you blend both, use all these waste materials. So we have come out with a solution where people like Dr. Satpati Garu and one more scientist, Dr. Venugopalan Garu, they are all hand-holding me. And we are coming out with a process where Thailand plant of iron ore beneficiation and red mud blended with some mill scale. That project is also under commercialization stage. So probably by 26, it would be on the process. And all this was happened when opportunity was given by NALCO for a small company like Isavyasa from Hyderabad, giving us the opportunity to scale up nano embryon, that world first nanotechnology based defluoridation project, which I implemented in 2016-17 in Angul, which is successfully running since 8 years. Then they gave us the opportunity to work on smelter waste of dross material, as well as also in a consortium with JNRDC, IMMT together on this red mud. This led us to develop this process. US patent is also we are going to get very soon, and couple of European companies also are approaching us to scale up this technology in big way. So I can say it's a commercial level of, we are only starting with 150 tons, but very sure that I don't think if God wills us the way we are working and thinking and dreaming, people should not look for how to consume red mud. It's going to be another source of iron making, steel making. You will find a way out when it would be sold to the industry. Red mud is not going to be a regulatory issue. It's going to be another source of mining, giving this one. And this is what we have come out with as a R&D company. We are converting into this. Thanks to one of the investor who came forward, I shown is also in the first slide. He is investing the money to see that this scale up is happening, taking the risk. And now both Orissa governments and AP government, they are giving us a lot of appreciation to scale it up in big way. Thanks for the opportunity. If any questions are there, I'm ready to take it up. I am not much revealing the process part, but certainly the project, once it is done, it will be demonstrated for everyone. Any questions? I'm ready to take it. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chakravarti, for sharing the innovative technology, what you have come up for red mud utilization, which doesn't use any water and energy is also very low.
Very low, very low. It's going to be.
So it is maybe it is going to be a breakthrough technology.
Indeed, if we got little more land, I would have gone for solar-based plant. That much low intensity energy is required.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your technology. Next presenter will be Dr. S.P. Mahapatra from NALCO. So Dr. Mahapatra is working as General Manager R&D at NRTC Bhubaneswar. He brings over 34 years of experience in power plants, smelter plant R&D and technology innovation. He holds a PhD in mechanical engineering and MBA in marketing and bachelor's degree in law. He has published over 50 research papers in international and national journals and conference proceedings. Dr. Mahapatra, please.
Thank you, madam. So, good evening, everyone. This is in fact the last presentation has been the host of this workshop. It is customary to present something. So we have kept it as the last presentation because by this time everybody has spoken everything about RedMod, its use, potentiality, the latest technology, everything has been spoken. So the most of the things have been told. So I will be just covering what exactly we have done in NALCO as a research and R&D project. So this is the process of generation. The issues has been already well deliberated. So this is our RedMod in Damanjodi. Well, as you know, we have this detailed composition. It is also been discussed thoroughly by many. And the average production 3.2 million ton per year. So the bulk utilization options are only 3 categorized: building materials, additive in cement industries, and metal extraction. So this has been already spoken by many technologists today. And in fact, the last technology, what it was discussed, it is going to be a breakthrough. And we have also seen today, there are 3 to 4 breakthrough presentations have been made, which has been really appreciated by most of the audience today. So we'll be discussing that also in the last slide when we are summarizing that. And of course, let me tell you, we have handled around 19 projects on RedMod exclusively. So in the last 20 years, we have not done anything left on RedMod. We have tried every aspect. Whatever has been discussed today, we have already tried those things, of course, in lab and experimental stages. But as the famous scientist Thomas Edison told, that he has tried thousands of efforts, and what he ultimately observed, that he has discovered thousands ways which doesn't work. So in that way, we have tried and we found out 19 ways which doesn't give us a commercial upscaling value. But in fact, the scenario has changed today. There are a lot of technologies, and we have had 2 pioneering technologies from the abroad. So those things have been changed in the last 5 to 6 years. So we will revisit those things if necessary, and we will be really trying those things. And the time has come, and there is, of course, a lot of pressures from the government, regulatory bodies, and environmental bodies. So we'll definitely take up those things, and we'll come up with some realistic solutions. So as I told you, we have tried many things with so many research institutes, NALCO, CSIR, AMPRI. We have done this reinforced polymer composite. Then with BARC, this is the thermal nuclear application. And then with Hindalco, Vedanta, CSR, that Niti Aayog project. And then we have done with CSIR NML also. We have found out RE. And then with gamma technology, we have also tried to find out, extract the iron-based material, which is, of course, not commercially or economically viable. And we have produced sponge and then pig iron with MISA and Romelt also. So, and with the IMMT, currently this particular project is going on. And also we have been finding some solutions for steel industries. Then this project, as ATPL as just now explained, we have also tried with them to find out some solutions from RedMod. So then with the NRGC and MRSPL, this bricks and foam, all those things have been produced. And then lightweight foam bricks aggregates have been already developed. And as I told, all those things are not possible, economically viable because of the kind of location, as our CMD and directors were telling in the morning, because of the logistic issue, all those things are not particularly viable for a commercial entity like us. So we have also found out glass ceramics and then developed RedMod fly-ash-based geopolymer concrete. So all those things we have tried. And finally, the 2
viable options left for us is either in cement industries or extracting the RE, because the foreign delegates also were telling just extract the aluminum metal, iron-based metal may not be economically viable. Some RE is to be looked into. And as such, the Niti Aayog project, where all the three primary aluminum producers and the three pioneer research institutes are working, they are going to really come up with a solutions how to really extract RE very soon. So that could be a game changer where we'll be like to put up some pilot scale projects and take it forward. So ultimately, these are some of the R&D works that we discussed. Now, let me bring upon some of the summaries what our CMD has instructed me to really prepare a summary of the days, what exactly has been deliberated today. Let me just go through that. So the key takeaways and insights of this today's deliberation workshop, some of the things highlighted here. Hindalco, in fact, has achieved the significant utilization aspect. They have gone through, 2-3 cement industries are taking their most of the red mud, and they have also completed some large-scale projects for road construction and mine backfilling. Then land reclamation, they had shown a beautiful photo where the golf course has been shown to us, which is in fact over a red mud pond. And of course, Vedanta has identified some of the very good things like the Odisha highway. Some of the portions will be used by red mud, and that European delegate also was showing a beautiful road being constructed over red mud. So that is being tried. That is going to be a really game changer also. And entity one has in fact shown us a very good way of really extracting the metalloids, metals and all through electrochemical process. And in fact, let me tell you, most of the audience were awestruck and they're really impressed by the kind of presentation they have shown. If it really works, then this will be really a great thing for the country as such. So we'll be also exploring those things in future. And UNI7 has also shown us how the upscaling technologies with a different type of furnace, they have built upon and shown how to recover iron. And Niti Aayog's project, that rare earth element extraction, that work has been already in the last stage of completion. And again, Niti Aayog's effort to reduce the freight cost so that the logistic cost is reduced, which will make it competitive for making these bricks and all those things, that is being underway still. If the government interventions or some sort of policies comes up, it is definitely going to help the industries to mitigate this challenge. And Rosal has developed a very eco-friendly process to extract scandium oxide and yttrium, which is very vital RE from red mud using their sodium bicarbonate leaching process. And then removal project under hydrometallurgical leaching of metal and RE extraction, and also pyrometallurgical production of improved iron recovery and alkalinity reduction technology. So those things have been also covered by the removal project. And then JNRDC, in fact, highlighted the overall scenario of the country and also about the global scenario. And he has already rightly told the percentage of use is still very low, 3 to 4%. And this, he has stressed the need for economic incentives and industry options. So there has to be some sort of government intervention. And as such, as we are hearing, some policy may come up very soon for mandating use of this red mud in cement industries, which may really solve most of the lessen the burden of most of the aluminum producers. So Professor IIT Bombay highlighted the potential of marine deposit stabilization and amendments of grade construction and synthetic soil creation. So many projects he has handled and shown some promising technologies. So these are some of the things, and Esavasa technology has in fact made a very strong progress in this way because of their nano-based magnetic carrier technology. Looks promising. And IMMT is exploring comprehensive utilization opportunity through metal recovery solutions for steel industry. And so these are some of the things I wanted to summarize here. And thank you.
Thank you so very much. So with this, we are now at the end of the session. And I'm very sure that all the participants have gone many new dimensions to think upon and work upon. So with this, now I request our respected CMD sir to kindly come upon the stage, and the moderators of the two sessions, Dr. B.K. Sarpati and Mrs. B. Patra, along with the speakers who are present in the auditorium, are requested to come up on the stage. Dr. R. Sarvana Bhavan, Dr. D.N. Singh. We had two of the speakers connected with us online. From Greece, we had E. Bella. Yes, E. Belomenos and Mr. Panov Andre. And then we had in the last session, Dr. S.P. Das, Mr. D.P. Chakravarti, and Sri S.P. Mahapatra sir himself. So now I request to make the arrangement for their felicitations, and respected CMD sir will do the. Please come forward. Please give a big round of applause to all the speakers who made the day and made this event a great success. Okay. I request you to be here. Please, directors are requested to join on the stage. Thank you so very much, all the speakers, moderators, directors. And now I request our respected CMD sir. Sir, I request you to give the closing remark. Yes, sir, please.
Director JN ARDDC, Director IAMMT, our Director Projects, Director Project and Technical, Director Production, all the speakers, all the facilitators, moderators, and everyone present here, and everyone, all the presenters, all the delegates from all the organization. A very good evening to you all. First of all, let me thank our Director Project and Technical and his NRTC team for organizing this event. Huge round of applause for them all. Because as I told you in the morning when I was here around 1.5 months back, then I told them we should have a workshop on this red mud, so as to exchange the ideas. And I think many new projects, wonderful things which have already been deliberated earlier also. But today again, new ideas have come like what nanotechnology, Entity One has shown something, Vedanta and Hindalco are doing a lot of things. And now it is up to us at NALCO or maybe our peers, Vedanta and Hindalco, along with our research supporters from IIMT and NRDC, both the directors. We would like to thank them also, both the directors. Huge round of applause for you also for coming here, for supporting, because in this lot of support from both the research organizations will be required. And I'm very much sure already these research organizations are doing a lot of things in this field. Now it is up to us for the commercial organization to bring these things on the commercial scale. That is very important. Already we have seen last 15 years, 20 years, a lot of things have been done on the pilot scale and all. So I am very much sure with all these backgrounds, we will be able to scale up these things on the commercial scale and really take advantage of this today's workshop. Go ahead with this. May it be anything to start with on the smaller scale, like making bricks and all that. And on the larger scale, that is extraction of metals, that is Fe or maybe aluminum or titanium, scandium, and any other things. So on both smaller and larger scale, we have to take, and I'm very much sure with our team at NALCO, we'll be able to do with support of our Dr. Satpathy and Madam, we'll able to come up with good projects in the coming days. Once again, thank you everyone for coming here, sharing your ideas, and appreciation to all the organizers for organizing this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir. और उद्देश्य बस यही था कि हम सारे लोग एक दूसरे से मिलें, कोई नई चर्चा हो ताकि हम नया हासिल कर सकें। और हमारी सीएमडी सर का और डीपीटी सर का जो प्रयास था, उस प्रयास से एक बात आप सभी के सामने स्पष्ट है कि कहीं दूर कुछ नहीं, केवल समर्पण चाहिए, कुछ कर गुजरने के लिए मौसम नहीं मन चाहिए। उनके मन का ही ये नतीजा है कि आप सभी यहाँ इकट्ठे हैं, हम सभी यहाँ इकट्ठे हैं और एक बेहतरीन चर्चा आज हुई है। अब अंत में मैं आप सभी का हृदय से धन्यवाद कहता हूं और आपका आने वाला हर कल बीते हुए कल से बेहतरीन हो, बहुत अच्छा हो। आप सभी हमेशा स्वस्थ रहें, खुश रहें, इस कामना के साथ मैं शीर्ष प्रबंधन के आदेश से इस कार्यक्रम के समाप्ति की घोषणा करता हूं। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार। बाहर हाई टी की व्यवस्था है, आपसे अनुरोध है आप कृपया उसमें ज्वाइन करें।